𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡 from South Africa, and it sounds as though the system in South Africa is much more developed and sophisticated than that. So, for example, their petitions system can enable in loco visits by their two chambers of parliament to local communities on issues that those communities are addressing. And she gave me the example, and she may speak further about this in the session later today. She gave me the example of the floods in KwaZulu-Natal and the local people petitioning about the impacts of the flooding on their communities led to a visit by the committee from Parliament to hear evidence and engage with those local communities. The handbook gives an example from the Caribbean, from Anguilla, of frequent town hall meetings with the public to discuss legislation before it's formally debated in the House of Assembly. So just a couple of examples there of how you might do it. And of course, information technology has made a real difference to how this citizen participation can be conducted by parliaments. We give an example in the handbook from 2019, just reflects when the handbook was published, from Sierra Leone, where Sierra Leone's parliament has developed a mobile app with information, standing orders, budget, other issues, and also providing an online forum. There are all sorts that can be used by parliaments as well as individuals, and our handbook sets out some practical guidance on digital channels for engagement, including some quite specific suggestions and advice and guidance around the use of social media. I want to finish my opening remarks by talking a little bit about diversity and inclusion, because I think it has been a running thread through this week: the need for gender-sensitive parliaments, the importance of disability inclusion, the priority to engaging with people of all ages, and the importance of engaging with minority communities as well. And I think one of the tasks when we are looking at questions of outreach and citizen participation is to ensure that we are hearing from a diversity of different voices and experiences. I chaired the cross-party International Development Select Committee in the UK House of Commons between 2015 and 2019. It was an international committee, so quite different to most select committees which would be domestic-facing. But we were very meticulous in saying that we wanted a diversity of witnesses to our committee. The world of international development has its usual suspects, many of whom are brilliant people with great experience. We wanted to hear from them, but we wanted to hear from the unusual suspects as well, the people whose voices didn't always get heard so much. And one of the great things with the use of information technology is that committees can hear from those experts, not just in their own country, but can hear from those experts internationally as well. We wanted also to ensure that we had equal numbers of women as well as men presenting as witnesses, which can be a challenge for committees, but can also be a great discipline if you can insist that you get that high level of women's representation, and then women's voices are being heard during those processes of consultation and information collection that committees usually undertake. And of course, an important aspect of diversity and inclusion, and this is where I'll draw my remarks towards a close, is to engage with young people, including, done properly, engaging with children. One of the things that I'm proudest of that I was involved with when I was a minister in the United Kingdom was that we made the decision to put citizenship education onto the school curriculum in England. And citizenship education was very much about learning about how institutions work. We called that political literacy. But it was also encouraging children and young people to be active citizens in their childhood and youth, including engaging in local community and volunteering projects. And one part of that citizenship education was learning about Parliament. Now, every country has its own way of developing an education curriculum, but I think it is not unusual for elements to do with political literacy and knowledge to be part of an education curriculum. And I really encourage parliaments to embrace that and take that seriously, because what parliamentarians can do is bring that to life. Parliamentarians, you are the people who, if you go in and visit the school, can talk really directly about what the importance is of Parliament as an institution and the importance of good governance. And when I was first elected to Parliament in the UK in 1997, I was very passionate about education, and so I made it a priority to visit all of the schools in my district and then to go back and be a regular visitor. And it became a little bit of a joke in my team that when I stood for re-election in 2001, and in the British system, as you may know, we go around, we knock on doors to ask people if they will vote for us, and typically the adults might have absolutely no idea who I was, but the children normally knew, oh, it's Stephen Twigg at the door, because I'd been in and visited their school. Now, that wasn't the reason I did it, but it was a very nice additional benefit that we then had the children encouraging their parents to vote for me. But it doesn't have to be a kind of partisan thing. Going into schools is very much about encouraging children to learn more and understand better about how the political system works. And we've seen a number of parliaments develop education centres, so that for those schools where it's possible to visit the parliament, and I know that won't always be practical for those that are further away from Nairobi, but those that can, the opportunity to come into a parliament, to visit, to see how the institutions work. I remember one of my first school visits to Westminster when I was a newly elected MP, and I had a class of sort of primary school children, probably aged maybe 9, 10, 11 years old, and we went in to the chamber of the House of Commons. It was empty because it was a visiting time, not a sitting time, and a little boy put his hand up and said, Mr. Twigg, I've seen this on television. This is where you all stand up and shout at each other. And that was maybe a sad reflection on the quality of parliamentary debate in the United Kingdom, but at least he had that awareness. So I really encourage you to be thinking about this, because I think it's an important part of the role of a member to engage with children and young people nationally, but also in your own constituencies and counties. We've seen the development of youth parliaments locally and nationally that can provide a voice for young people. We held our own Commonwealth Youth Parliament in Trinidad and Tobago recently in November of 2022. And I think this is important for two different reasons. The first is that young people, including, I would say, children, are citizens now, and they have rights, and their voices should be heard as part of debates. They are the people who are going to inherit the planet and all of the challenges that that brings. But also, they're the adult citizens of the future, and really good quality engagement with Parliament and how democratic institutions work will equip them, I would hope, and we may then have an opportunity to challenge some of the cynicism and disenchantment with politics that I referred to at the beginning. This is, as I said in my opening remarks on Monday, the Commonwealth Year of Youth, and I do think that is an opportunity for parliaments and parliamentarians to think about how we best engage with children and young people. So my main message for this conversation today is this. Firstly, this handbook involved a lot of work. I think there are some really useful tips, resources, and case studies here that you might find of assistance to your own work. I recognise that we don't have one size that fits all, and we find this all the time in the CPA. We represent large national parliaments like yours. We represent very small parliaments in other parts of the world, national and subnational. What might work in one place might not work so well in another. But I do think there are some common themes around engagement, around outreach, around education, and I hope that in my opening remarks today I've highlighted some of those themes. I look forward now to listening to the other presenters, but also hopefully having an opportunity to answer some questions as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was very informative. And I think we'll now have our very own Honorable Mishi Mboko. She comes in with a lot of experience. This is your third time, right? Yes, okay. Give her a round of applause, man. And for Honorable Stephen Twigg for his good presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Deputy Speaker. And because this is my first time today to be on this table, I want to appreciate our Speaker, Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡, our Deputy Speaker, Honorable 𝗡𝗠𝗡𝗡, our Honorable Members of Parliament who are here today. Also, Commissioners, Honorable Commissioner, my sister Faith Gitau is here with us. May I say good morning? I just want to appreciate the presentation by our brother here, Stephen Twigg. Congratulations. At least we have learned a lot from that presentation. Honorable members, as you are aware, the Parliamentary Service Commission was established to anchor the independence of Parliament as one of the three arms of government in line with the doctrine of separation of powers. I just want to give an highlight of what Parliamentary Service Commission is entail, the objectives, and maybe the membership, because I know you have so many issues, and maybe sometimes you have an issue and you don't know which commissioner maybe you can go, or where do you go, whom do you ask. So just before maybe I make my presentation, I will just inform you who are the chairs of the different welfare committees we have as Parliamentary Service Commission. The Commission draws its mandates from Article 127(6) of the Constitution, which provide for its mandates. The mandates include providing services and facilitation to ensure efficient and effective functioning of Parliament, constituting officers in the parliamentary service and appointing and supervising office holders, preparing annual estimate of expenditure, undertaking singly or jointly with other relevant organization programs to promote the ideals of parliamentary democracy, and 5, performing other functions necessary for the well-being of members and staff of Parliament as prescribed by the national legislation. I also want to mention that we have some 7 committees in the Parliamentary Service Commission. Just for you to know, we have the Committee on Finance, which is being chaired by Senator John Kinyua-Nderitu. We also have the Committee of Members' Welfare, chaired by Senator Okongo Omugen. So if you have issues in regards to the health cover, the welfare of members, the right person to see is Senator Omugen. We also have Committee on Security and Development, chaired by Honorable Patrick Makau. This is responsible for the matters related to the security for MPs and staff within the precincts of Parliament. It's also oversee implementation of so many development. We see the ongoing, those which have been done. It is under this committee. We also have the Committee on Staff Welfare, chaired by Honorable Mohammed A.K. Moha. The Committee on Tender and Procurement, chaired by our Honorable Sister Faith Gitau, who is here with us today. The Committee on Audit, which is chaired by the male non-MP Commissioner. I think we need to debate on this one. We have already done the interview. Then it's going to be taken to the Parliament for approval, or rather for ratification. The Committee on Information and Public Communication, I chair this committee, and that is why today I'm here with you. The CPST Board, this is chaired by Honorable Rachel Ameso, a former member of Parliament. This one is a non-member in this commission. CPST deals with training of members, and also they do training to other institutions. Right now in this 13th Parliament, they've only trained the liaison committee, and from there, maybe other committees, they can put some proposal if their members need some capacity building or any other kind of training. And it will depend on the availability of resources, then you can be trained. We also train other organizations, and it's somehow, we get some income generating on that by training. We have trained so many county government members. Honorable members, a parliament that is accessible to the people is central to any understanding of democracy. Because when you talk about democracy, you need to know, how are you representing your people? Are your people feeling that that democracy is real, or is just a word you're talking about democracy? I believe that one thing in common among us is the confidence trusted to us by our people to effectively represent them in Parliament. we are saying that among our roles, the three roles, representation, oversight, and legislation, but do our electorate feel that Honorable Faith is representing me? Honorable Mbui is representing me? What is Honorable Mbui doing in that parliament? And most of the time, the perception is very negative. And people think that we just go to the parliament, you queue. Na wanasema tu, kazi yao ni kwenda na kuweka kidole tu, kazi yao ni kwenda na kuweka kidole tu. But maybe they don't know what we are doing, and yet we do a lot for them. Because we act on behalf of their wishes, on their issues, and we are the ones who take them to that parliament. Article 94 of the Constitution provides that Parliament manifests the diversity of the nation and represent the will of the people. I wish to mention that the 47 counties, which are being represented by our women representative and also represented by the senators, and the 290 constituencies of Kenya are a sign of the immense responsibility that lies ahead of us in ensuring that the aspiration of all Kenyans are represented in our policies. We do legislation, we formulate policies, but they have to be in tandem with the wishes of our people. To sustain legitimacy, it is critical that accountability to voters take place systematically throughout our term of service and not just in election period. Because sometimes we engage our electorate during electioneering period. Most of the time when it is nearly election, you will see that we have so many meetings with women, with youth, people with disability, different organizations, but maybe listen to them and maybe get the views of what Kenyans are just talking about, the issues which we take them in the parliament, the issues about the bills we're taking, the issues about their petition, and so many other issues. We need to be proactive on that area. The role of parliament in representation. Article 95 of the Constitution provides that among the roles of National Assembly is representation of the people. And this is a cardinal role, which as members of parliament, we need to ensure this. We effectively implement it. Consequently, goal number 16, as my brother Stephen Twing has also mentioned about it, goal number 16 of the Sustainable Development Goals implores on Parliament to ensure it develop effective, accountable, and transparent institutions to ensure that there is responsive, inclusive, participatory, and representative decision-making at all levels. And that is why even as members from the single constituency and even the women representatives, because they have the NGAF, we have the National Government Constituent Development Fund. Even before we start the development, we have to do what we call public participation. We go to the wards and we collect the views and the proposals in terms of their development agendas which they want to achieve. It is untenable that effective representation is the backbone of democracy, and the National Assembly stood with a critical responsibility of resolving issues of concern of the people through this key function. Honorable Member, on the issue of public engagement for effective representation, I want to say that information is power. If you don't have information, or rather if you're not informed, then I would say it's somehow you're lost. You don't know where you are. You need to have information at hand so that you can interrogate, you can critique, and then you can be a better person. Over the years, the greatest impediment to public engagement has been limited information among the citizens on how Parliament works. Most of the people, they don't know what is happening. And for me, I'm just thinking, for instance, if we come up with our own Bunge radio station, Bunge TV channels, and maybe we have a program and say today, Sema na mheshimiwa wake. And Kiaria is there, and the people from his constituency, they are calling, they are engaging with him. Sema na mheshimiwa wake, wanazungumza, unajua mheshimiwa, kuna mtaro pale, umeleta maji mengi sana, hii barabara inataka itengenezwe. So such like things, there are things which can bond us between ourselves and our electorates, because they will really know that mheshimiwa wetu is really working and is with us. Further, limited information has created a disconnect between the people and their representative, and in worse situation causing embarrassment by fueling misinformation that at times even escalate in social media platform. We have been called names. To an extent, one time we have been called MPs. And this is because our electorate or the citizen, maybe somehow they don't appreciate us. And one of the area where they can appreciate it is to be close with them, is to engage with them, to interact with them, to show them that we are together with you in every aspect we do. Sometimes the issue of petition, when we are doing petition and then we decide that we do an inquiry, you can imagine how effective an inquiry can be, even to the member of parliament, that you have taken, for instance, a committee of land to your constituency. Your people have just talked about a certain land which has been grabbed, and you are there with the Minister of Land being there, National Land Commission being there, the Bunge Committee is there, and then you are interacting with your electorates, talking about that petition. Don't you see that it is effective? I think this is an area which we really need to bank on and do many more of this, because they make us to be very, very vibrant. As sad as it is not uncommon for members of the public to be incited against the representative and public institution, thereby losing confidence and trust in them. This trust, you need to ensure that we have it with our electorate, because even for most of us here, and those who have been re-elected more than 2 times, it is because of the trust the electorate they have with you, or rather the citizen at large, because sometimes it is not only about your constituency or rather your county. It is about your republic, the country. How does the country sees you? Does it sees you as a person who adds some value? And this is because when you take a bill, you take a motion which talks about an issue which covers the entire country, an issue of the community, an issue for our society. And when doing this, we have to go along with our people. Maybe you can start from mashinani. You just go there, maybe you do a football tournament, and then even before that, you do a talk. And then you talk with your electorate, and then you even ask them that you need some proposal, that because you want to take something to the parliament, is it okay? What are their input? How do you do it? So that when you do it, they also have ownership of whatever you have taken to that parliament. Honorable members, what I'm saying is an effective public engagement, an adequate level of sensitization aimed at increasing public knowledge on the role of parliament is now a necessity. It is high time to work on parliamentary outreach program. If the citizens have their own bunge mashinani to discuss their matters of concern, why don't we also leverage on our role of representation by taking parliament close to the people? One time maybe, and I know Kiari, I've been referring to him many times because I know in this field, he's good in this field. Sometimes unatengeza tu wabunge kadhaa wanaenda huko mashinani. Hata kama tunaenda Nairobi, mahali najua Nairobi kuna bunge ya wananchi, and it is in all cities right now. Na tunaenda a certain committee, wanaenda kwa hiyo bunge ya wananchi, wanasema now these are the issue, these are the agendas which we have done this week. There was this petition by Honorable Omar Mwinyi. There was this petition but by Honorable Jen Kiari here, and this is what we did, and this is what the parliament has resolved. So at least these people we know aki wabunge wanafanya kazi. I stand as the chair of the Information and Public Communication Committee, and we believe that enhancing public knowledge about how democracy works will enhance inclusive and participatory decision-making processes on issues that affect the people. Honorable member, the rationale for parliamentary outreach and education. In the parliamentary context, education will focus on increasing public knowledge of Parliament's role and helping the community understand some of the principles involved, including motion which we take, petition, the bills, statements, question, all those things we are doing as members of Parliament. But do our electorate know? Do our electorate see us through the TV channels? Do they maybe have that time? So which other ways are we suggesting to ensure that they feel us that we are really there representing them, Honorable Member? Article 118 of Constitution stipulates that Parliament shall conduct its business in an open manner and facilitate public participation and involvement in the legislature and other business of Parliament. The National Assembly Standing Orders 252 state that every person shall have access to the House and its committee, except as may be expressly provided to the contrary. The importance of public participation cannot be overemphasized. since the courts have declared several legislation unconstitutional for lack of it. In one of the rulings, the High Court pronounced that public participation is not a mere cosmetic venture or a public relation exercise. It is a must. We have to do it. We cannot do it without that public participation. For public participation, we ensure that our citizens, our electorate, they have the ownership with whatever we are doing or whatever decision we are undertaking. Honorable members, the status of the Parliamentary Outreach and Education Program. The digital space has become an important avenue that has opened online space for people to exercise their freedoms of association and expression. Do we know that we have the Bunge website? How many of us knows that we have the Bunge website? For instance, do we know that? Are we engaged? Are we interacted with this website, the Bunge website? Maybe few of us we have done. Then we need to do so now. So far, we have a live broadcast that have enabled the people to receive real-time debates in the plenary house proceeding of the two houses, that is the Senate and the National Assembly. The National Assembly website is also an avenue. That is what I was talking about. Honorable member, the National Assembly is also on Twitter with approximately 155,000 followers and Facebook with only 11,000 followers. Just imagine. This is expected to have many followers in Kenya, but it is a number that has been surpassed by different renowned personality. Even our right Honorable Speaker 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢 is doing better than us, you know. And even Deputy Speaker here, Boss Sholei. Eh? What is your number right now? Honorable Speaker. I don't know, but I know it's many. It is in millions, huh? So we still have a long way. We have Twitter, we have Facebook, we have the website. We need to engage this. Way forward, allow me to also set out some of the activities that the Committee on Information and Public Communication of the 6th Parliament will be focusing on to promote public engagement. One, an annual Parliament Week comprising of the following activity. We want to have a week, which we'll call it a Parliament Week. This will be opening Parliament to the public. The Parliament will be open for the public to come, to showcase the work of Parliament as well as encouraging public engagement and participation in legislative business. Right now what we see is mostly students coming from different schools. And even I want to say that they just come, they're at the gallery, they just watch us doing our business. But do we engage them? Do we have maybe a room where we can have some interaction and some engagement with the student? Twig has just told us here that they have been really interacting with the student to show them the world of politics, how to understand politics, how to understand the system of politics, you know? Are we doing that? It's only the area MP where the school comes from. You just go there, meet them, maybe have some photos from the gallery, take them to lunch. But do we interact with them? Do we show them what we are doing? Do we show, for instance, that particular day, that this is what we have done, this is what has happened today. Mheshimiwa Pasaris leo ameongea kuhusiana na kina mama wa Korogocho wale walikuwa wameathirika na mambo ya mashamba. Do we tell them that, or do we show them what we are doing? I think we have a gap on that. Then we need to do something on that. Public lectures to discuss topical issues on parliamentary democracy held in public university. That is a program which has been there, done through Parliamentary Service Commission, but we also want to strengthen. We also want to go as far as to the colleges and even to the high schools. Annual Parliamentary Sport Day, incorporating all the services. This sport day is very important because we also keep on building our relationship, and we also bond our people with different institutions. Sometimes tunakuwa na Bunge FC inacheza na Utawala. Tunakuwa hata sometimes tuseme Bunge FC itoke iende Muranga County. Muranga County women rep hapo na viongozi wa Muranga watafute Muranga FC. na wakuwe na tournament ya Bunge FC na Muranga FC, because I know it has been happening, but it is not that big, you know. Inafanyika kidogo sana that we don't even feel it, and the entire country that doesn't feel that we really have such kind of a program. So we need to do it in so many counties, or rather in constituencies. Hata kama not all of them, but maybe we can have a schedule, and then we say this year, this is what we're going to have through the Parliamentary Service Commission and through our committee. I think we are going to discuss and see a way forward on this issue. Participation in the Agricultural Society of Kenya shows, this one, it has been done many times. Na hii participation in Agricultural Society of Kenya show ni nzuri sana. There was a time nilivisit a stand here in Mombasa show when I was a member of the SK Council board ya Kenya. Then there was this lady akawa nasema, mimi natoka sehemu ya bara lakini sijawahi sikia mheshimiwa wangu akiongea. Then she was asked, what is the name of your member of parliament? Akasema mheshimiwa wangu ni mtu fulani. Then you know the Hansard is there and everything is there. So they switch on, and that mheshimiwa was there debating. Akauliza, isn't this your honorable member of parliament? Yes, he's the one. Can't you see now he's debating here? Yes, he's debating, he's talking about, yes, this is an issue in my constituency. You see? But because we are doing it in a small scale, or there's not that big awareness, people don't feel that. People just see, Mheshimiwa Rachel, nilimwona mara moja tu akiongea, and Mheshimiwa Rachel, he was the chairman of the Lands Committee. He has been talking and talking and talking in that parliament many times, and he's not talking his only interest, he's talking for the interest of the people of the constituent he represents and the interest of Kenya at large. Establishment of parliamentary gallery, documenting. Yeah, I know time is up, I just want to rush. Thank you. Documenting the history and the evolution of the Kenyan parliament, we need to have that. We also think of having a museum. Maybe space can be a challenge for us, but we can just do some galleries. As museum, we also want to have a gift shop. We went to Washington, D.C. the other time with Deputy Speaker, the Sholei, the clerk, and other members. And we also visited this gift shop where people can also buy some souvenirs, and also so many things we can showcase through that area to promote and ensure the visibility of Parliament on social media platforms such as Facebook, Twitter, among others, cost-effective means of citizen engagement. Oversee the publication of information and education communication material such as the Parliament magazine. We used to have the Parliament magazine, but today it is no longer there. We want to revive that so that at least we can also show all the proceeding which has been done, and especially on the pertinent issues and the emerging issues, and what the members are saying. What are the solutions we are putting for our people? Support the realization of full-time broadcasting by the Signet Service and the Google TV channels with covering parliamentary committee proceedings. Enhance parliamentary outside diplomacy during the East African Community Interparliamentary Games, the Vienna Games. Oversee implementation of the records management policy, including digital achievement of parliamentary records. Support the Center for Innovation in Parliament, Interparliamentary Union, the IPU hub for the East African region, with the Parliament of Kenya hosting it. Lead the Parliamentary Digital Transformation Program to facilitate Parliament effectively and efficiently distill its constitutional mandate using technology under the ongoing digital transformation strategy, which we are undertaking to take. We are going to partner with other key committees, the Broadcasting and Library, the ICT committee, because time is not there for me, and we've just talked much, but at least I'm going to give the presentation to you guys so that you can go through. I want to conclude and say public engagement is vital principle of democracy that is beneficial to both Parliament and the community, and parliamentary out and education programs have the disputed ripple effect in enhancing public trust, public image, legitimacy of the institution of Parliament. I want to say we reiterate our commitment to enhancing public engagement in Parliament and welcome the recommendation of all members and staff of Parliament on strategies to improve Parliament image, particularly to our primary class, the people of Kenya. We are there for them. We need to prove that our Parliament is very positive, and we are going to have a very positive image. I thank you, honorable member. There is so much you are going to have. This one so that you can go through. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡. That was a very exciting presentation. Now I call upon Natalie. You can see from Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜 our outreach is going to become alive again.
Good morning. As this is my last presentation with you, I just wanted to say thank you. Thank you for your hospitality. Thank you to the Right Honourable Speaker for having me here, to the Honourable Deputy Speaker, honourable members for your attention and wonderful questions. I've learned so much. I will be taking some of this back to my own Parliament, and I hope you can keep the connection. If you have questions, I've left my presentations with the Secretariat, and I would be happy to continue our engagement. I would also like to thank the Secretariat, the Clerk and Deputy Clerks who have done wonderful work to support us, so thank you very much. About what we do for members, what we do for the public. I know you spoke yesterday about public participation being important, how we engage the media, and how we also engage our own staff so that they can better communicate to members the work that we do. The interesting thing in our Parliament as well, I believe it came up yesterday, but we do everything in 2 languages, so French and English. So that's very important for us so that we can reach out to all communities in Canada. And we've started to explore doing things in our Indigenous languages so that those communities as well are not left out from what the information is available to them. So we do have some procedural information. We have different levels of information depending on what the audience is. So for the member, for the advanced procedural learner or someone of interest, particularly whips and house leaders or members who have a particular interest, we do host online all of our procedural information. So House of Commons Procedure and Practice is a very large book. It's about 1,500 pages. It explains all of our procedures and practices in detail. It's all available online if you're ever interested in what we do in Canada. We, of course, have our standing orders, and then we have our speaker's decisions that we post online as well. We post them after a speaker's tenure, but also during the tenure, and that's so members and the public can have access directly to what the speaker said in response to a question of privilege or a point. Online for our citizens and for our members and the media. I also wanted to speak about our Library of Parliaments. You've been discussing a lot having an outreach branch or a team that might be able to provide some support there. The way that we do it at the Parliament of Canada is we have the Library of Parliament. This is a joint institution reporting to both the Speaker of the House and the Speaker of the Senate, and they provide support to both houses. So it's a nonpartisan institution. They can provide research support in committees to members or senators. They can provide information that you can then take into your schools or that you can use when speaking to citizens. They, of course, have a library collection for those who'd like to do research in person or online. Many, many learning opportunities. So we spoke a little bit about when student groups come in. The Library of Parliament does support the tours program, and they can help members by setting up presentations to talk about the basics of Parliament and how it functions. They also do a public outreach and public information, so trying to provide to the public basic information about Parliament that can be reused by members. And we also have, this may be of interest, something called the Teachers Institute. And we run this program once a year through the library, and this is when we invite teachers from across the country to come to Parliament. And in particular, these are teachers who would teach civics to students in their schools. And they get to spend 1 week on Parliament Hill. They get to meet members and senators. They get to learn directly in the chambers about how business works, and then they can take that back to their schools. So it's a good way to support the members who may visit the schools as well in terms of live learning on what Parliament does. Parliamentary information is often very complex, and the average citizen doesn't need to know all the detail, but they do need to know about the work that you're doing on their behalf, and they need to understand the basics of the process. So for that audience, we have a very different collection, and it's called Our Procedure. And these are very simple information capsules that are the high level and basic knowledge that you need to understand about how each of these functions works. It would talk about a typical sitting day, the basic roles of a committee, and the basic roles of the legislative process. So this is more aimed at the media and at citizens who want to understand the basics of Parliament. We also have, I think I mentioned it yesterday, a video collection. So for each of these different topics, we have a short video that describes how it works in visual pictures. Some people like to read about it, some people need to see it. So we're trying to address all of those different needs. And as I mentioned, in particular, in engaging people with disabilities, this was a theme that came up when we did our interviews with them. And they said they really loved the video approach. It was a simple way to share information about Parliament and to explain what was happening. So I thought I would share that as well. Your colleague mentioned it, but the importance of providing accurate information. And I know Mr. Twigg touched on this in his presentation as well. The idea that there's a lot of misinformation out there. How do we counter that effectively? It's not always easy, but ensuring that our information is out there in accessible ways goes a long way. For us at the House of Commons, I think I mentioned the other day, we do, of course, broadcast all of our on the ways that we engage with the public. In some ways, I feel that we're not advanced as what a lot of other countries do, but in other ways, we are trying. So I thought I would mention the few things that we do. We do have petitions and e-petitions, so we allow citizens to submit their petitions online. The government is required to respond to those petitions. That response is provided online as well, so that people can follow up. We do not have a developed fashion where we would debate those petitions or where we would even go visit afterwards, and I think that's something that we can learn from others in order to further engagement on that process. We also have a system of committee briefs, so if the committee is studying a certain topic, any citizen can send a brief to the committee with their thoughts on the matter, and all of that information is translated into both languages, sent to all committee members, and posted online. And so that's a way for the public, if you can't appear as a witness, you can at least submit the information that the committee will consider. Finally, we have e-consultation by committees. So like other parliaments, our committees do travel. They will go into communities to find out about a certain issue. But with the changing technology, we've found that we can add to that by having e-consultations. So we'll have online surveys that the public can fill out on a given topic. And we also make great use of video conferencing. So where once upon a time you might have to go into a community or only receive written material, by using video conferencing, we can hear witnesses from anywhere in Canada or even all over the world. It's much easier to log in for a few minutes and make your case to a committee than it is to have to bring that person to Ottawa or to have the committee go out. So it's really increased our reach in terms of committee witnesses and engagement. Finally, perhaps just a few words. I touched on it yesterday, promoting democracy and good governance, some of the things that we do. In terms of transparency to the public, we have a Member of Parliament portion of our website where every Member of Parliament has their own webpage. On that webpage, we include information about the role of the member, how they voted on every single vote, the bills that they sponsor, the motions that they've sponsored, and all of that is available publicly to their constituents, along with the how to contact them. And that's a way really for members to promote the work that they're doing to their constituents. We also have a website that is the status of all bills in Parliament. This is a joint venture with the Senate, so we do this in collaboration with our Senate colleagues. and it shows the status of every single bill, where it is in the legislative process, who is the sponsor, and that's another way for the public and media to understand what's happening with legislation, and even to know who to contact if you want more information, whether that be the committee, whether it be the member sponsoring, or whether that even be the clerk to find out what's happening for that piece of legislation. And as I mentioned yesterday, of course, financial disclosure has become very important. We publish all members' expenses, and we also publish all of our own expenses as the administration so that the public and media have access to that information. So I think I'll leave it there and leave time for your questions and your comments. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. Honorable members, in the interest of time, we'll take about 10 minutes for questions and answers. I can see so many hands up. I would like to start with the Honorable KJ. Let me take my glasses. We have the Honorable KJ, the Honorable Omboko Milemba. I have a disadvantage with the new members, honorable members. I'll take the lady at the farthest, the member for Garissa, Wajir, thank you. And then to the farthest end, I will go to Honorable Rasso. 4. In the middle, I'll take a lady. I will take the Honorable Maya. Is it Mayaka? I'm trying to get a youth, Mayaka. 4 of you, so I'll start with this side.
Thank you very
much. Before we go to the questions, I would like us to clap for the Honorable Natalie. I believe that is your Miss Natalie. That is her last interaction with us. Has she done a good job? Yes. Yes, thank you. Proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Sessional Speaker. And I'd like to start by first congratulating the discussants. Amazing presentations. Now, what we are presenting on this morning is actually very critical for Parliament, because each and every member here understands that even if you're popular in your own constituency, Bunge collectively is not especially the darling of the people. In fact, the Kenya Parliament has been bastardized more than any other organization that you can imagine. For me, I'm loving what has been presented by the Honorable Mishi, and what also was presented from the Parliament of Canada. And I'd like to say that the next thing should be actionables for our Parliament. First, I think this Parliament needs a comprehensive marketing, communications, and outreach strategy. It needs to be drawn out well enough so that we are able to resource that strategy in our upcoming budget. Communication never just happens. It is made to happen. If Bunge doesn't create its own narrative, there are people who are going to create a narrative for Bunge. And that narrative might be something we do not like. One of the suggestions, honorable members, has been that we should go out using the platforms that exist. The most cardinal tenet of communication is understanding what communication takes. There is normally the messenger, there is a message, there is a conduit, and there is a receiver. We know how to create content. Each and every member here is a content creator. With what you're doing, with your lifestyle, with your work in constituency, the content exists. The platforms are now more than we can even utilize. There is old traditional media in TV, there is old traditional media in print and radio and so on, but the emerging medias are medias that we can take advantage of. So I think even when Bunge is hiring, they'll need to resource for new people who have new ideas of how to exploit the new and emerging media, especially the social media. Now, if we understand the kind of audience we're talking to, you'll realize that Bunge is competing for attention. On one side, there is fake news. On the other side, there are slay queens. On the other side, there are people showcasing their wash. And you're competing in that space, even as Bunge. So even as you're giving very solid content, you will have to find a way of packaging it in such a way that people can consume. YouTube, the Bunge YouTube channel is an amazing resource. However, in the form that it is, Kenyans will never go to watch an 8-hour video. For the event of yesterday, we as Bunge posted an 8-hour video. 8 hours, the entire session. If we had a good and proactive media, what they would have done is edited very small in palatable size bits, a piece of information that would have been placed in other social media platforms, you know, your Twitters, your Facebook. Why is Bunge not on TikTok? We have every reason to be on TikTok. Everyone needs, and this is where I want to finish it, I want to end it here. Everyone needs to check the social media platforms of the Honorable Peter P.K. Salasia. And you will see what he has done in a few short months. He is able to build his social profiles to a point where he has a following way bigger than Bunge, an institution, and probably way bigger than any other member who is in this room. What content is he offering? He's offering content that the Kenyan audience is willing to take. And in that content, as he's offering it, he's able to sneak in his development agenda, he's able to sneak in the work he's doing in Bunge, and he is effectively communicating to the audiences. Thank you very much, honorable members.
Well, thank you, Honorable KJ. Honorable members, in the interest of time, I believe that the Honorable Mishi Mboko is taking notes, and also our staff kindly assist the secretaries and most of the commission to take especially what needs to be done. Honorable Mboko, 2 minutes.
Very well, thank you, moderator, Honorable, and thanks to the discussants. Mine goes to Ms. Nnatli, very well. Now, you indicated that there's a real strong program in your parliaments on how the parliament interacts with schools, teachers, especially those who teach civics, what we call in Kenya here government, and so on and so forth. Could you tell us more? Because in our own parliament, we have visiting groups of students. But could you tell us more, possibly if you have a caucus for teachers who teach that particular civics, and how else you relate to the schools, given that parliament itself is just but a topic of learning also in our country. The last question goes to Hon Mishi Mboko. I heard you in your speak did indicate that we have the commission dealing with sports affairs. I am an ex-international sports person, and when I was in Juba, I realized that there's somewhere where we could be missing, and now I see you have the capacity to address it. That when honorable members go out for sports, not everybody goes out for sports. Yet, these honorable members, every December, they have within their CDF a portion that deals with games. Could you consider as a commission, like when I was in Sudan, I missed the kits, despite the fact that I was a player. But could you consider giving those kits to every member so that when they go home during the December and they are doing their sports, they're actually kitted as parliamentarians? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mboko. Next was the Honorable, was it Jane? It was Mayaka. Please proceed. And I'm going to give a chance to you, the member for, because I think you have created your own, you really are giving people a lot of information. We would like to hear what is it that you are sharing.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, for the session. Mine goes to number one, the Honorable Stephen Twiggs, the SG of CPA. And the question I want to ask you as a first-time member is, we do have our own caucuses in the different areas of our interests, one being climate change, which is an area of interest to me. What I want to know from you is cross-country, are we able to then co-caucus with members from other countries to be able to focus on the issues that are of interest to us? The other one is to our Commissioner, Madam 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗢. You did speak about our social media pages, and I like what KJ said. But in addition to that, and one of the reasons why we probably don't have that much following in our main page is because we don't make it exciting for people. So we need to venture into ways of doing that. A good example is the DCI page. It's a very exciting page. Yes, they do talk about criminal issues in the country, that they've managed to make it exciting. The other one, and maybe KJ also would be interested in this, is that for us to be able to prevent so much fake news going on around, especially in relation to members, could we have a way in which we can have the pages of all members being verified, their accounts?
Thank you.
Just finally, let me, as I finish off, because you picked very good examples from Canada in terms of e-petitions and e-consultations within our committees. But further to that, Commissioner Mishi, maybe you might want that the next time we are having such a session to invite the chair of welfare in the commission, even if he's a senator, because they're very pertinent welfare issues that members have, and they would like to address them to him. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The Honorable Asso.
Thank you very much, Chair. I want to thank the presenters for a very insightful briefs, particularly our own Mishi. I think for the first time we are hearing from the Commission what they actually do more than welfare, that they are also involved in informing us and also engaging in the media and informing Kenyans what we actually do in Parliament. For the new members, I think if you want to be re-elected for the second time, this is your most important brief, because this is what you should do to be close to your electorates. My question is on two issues. One is on propaganda, because one of the reasons why members are not likely to come back a second time, or even a third time for that matter, is because of propaganda. That currently with social media, the citizen are ahead of parliaments in most of the time. Because as you broadcast the live streaming, already there are people who are doing other things to say that that is last year's news. It's actually not today's parliament. So that is the first thing. The second one is parliament is about procedure, traditions, and customs. But with the modern media, all that has been thrown out of the window. I respect what the Secretary General said about town hall meetings and outreach. But you see, with the application of social media and what our good Canadian lady told us, you don't have to come to the site. Actually, you can broadcast. So tell us how relevant is still customs, tradition, procedures, and rules ethics is still applicable in today's parliamentary system. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. I would like to give a chance to the Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗢.
Thank you, Chair, and I just want to thank the presenters and to thank our Commissioner. And Commissioner, allow me, I know very few people can be bold to ask a few critical questions, but I'll be bold today to say this. One, it is important when we are having such a meeting, all the commissioners to be here, so that even the new members can know all of them, their role, and everything. So I would have wished to see my senator, who is very critical, as Mheshimiwa Mayaka says, to be here. Number two, I always appreciate when we appreciate all the staff. And it is important for Parliament to know we have 1,000 staff, but we see very few because we only see the top. And since we are talking about bottom up, I think it is important for when we are doing such an induction, at least to have each department, members are told this is the department of this, we have 60 staff, this is what they do, and here they are. Just to introduce them to the new members. So that when I'm meeting you in Parliament, I don't just walk around and wonder, who is this? Who is this? I would wish to know who helps Agnes, so that I don't bother Agnes so much, I go to the staff that does that paperwork. So going forward, Commissioner, we also want to have a building where we can put Agnes with all the staff so that when a member walks in, because I think that is the most place where members walk in terms of getting to know what is happening in their constituencies, how they should get, we know all the staff, who does what and who does what. The last one, my speaker, is to know, even when I'm doing my reimbursement, I don't need to go and look for everyone. Can we just have a flow, a good one, a dignified one? When I say that, you know what I mean. Where a member walks in, and we don't have to rough each other with my staff, but to just walk in and do the right thing and walk out. Those were my issues to the Parliamentary Service
Thank you
Commission.
very much. I'll give a chance now to our three presenters, starting with the Honorable Twigg, and then Ms. Natalie, and then we'll come to our very own Honorable Mishim-Boko. And as it stands, Honorable members, we need to have an opportunity to tell our story. Our story is being told by other media stations, and it is not done in the right way. And I think this is a challenge to Parliament. When I was seated next to the Honorable KJ, I was asking him, do we still have frequencies? If we do have frequencies, then it is time to have Bunge radio so that we can tell our story. People are scared at times. Members of Parliament would like to tell their story, but when you go to the TV station, you are bombarded with a different narrative that did not take you there. So I think it is time. You may respond to the questions.
Thank you very much. I got 5 quick responses. So starting with Honourable KJ, something you said really resonated with me about individual members being personally popular, but the institution being collectively unpopular. And I think it's the same in many jurisdictions. I remember surveys a few years ago in the UK, where if people were asked what they thought of MPs in general, it was a very low opinion. If they were given the name of their own MP, generally it was much more positive. And I think there's something quite interesting to learn from that about the importance of the local communication, but also how collectively you could try to harness the greater popularity of the local work to the collective benefit of the Parliament as an institution. You also spoke about the, did you say the 8-hour clip that was put onto YouTube? One of the things that I found, and I have to say I was not one of the MPs in the UK that was particularly good at social media, but what we did do is if I made a speech, we'd do like a 1-minute clip from the speech that would be most interesting to my constituents or to whichever other group might be interested in that particular topic. The question was asked to Natalie about civics and the experience in Canada, and I mentioned citizenship education, which is basically the same thing, civics. And when we were developing this in England 20 years ago, we looked at things like developing a specialism as part of teacher education courses, so you could become a specialist teacher of citizenship. And there was an association of citizenship teachers, a citizenship foundation. So I think you're absolutely right to say that it can't just be about saying it's important for the Parliament, it's also about how the teachers can be supported, including by academic institutions, to have that specialism. I was asked a question about caucuses with other countries. So the way that we work in the CPA, we have our networks, so the women parliamentarians, disabilities, and small branches, but we share information in different ways, including through our online academy, and I encourage members to sign up and do the academy courses in your own time. But we also work with a number of networks that do bring people together from different countries. So, for example, we work with Globe legislators who do a lot of work around around the environment and climate change. We collaborated with them at COP26 when it was held in Scotland. There is an international network around the Sustainable Development Goals with whom we work, and a network that I was involved in setting up before I joined the CPA, the International Parliamentary Network for Education, which has proved very successful in building caucuses around global education in countries across the world. It's not a Commonwealth network, it's an international network. And there's quite a few other examples of those sorts of networks with whom we work to support colleagues across the Commonwealth. Finally, on the very good question that was asked about picking up on my point about town hall meetings and with the growth of social media, I would say from my experience, there are people who don't follow social media at all. And there is a real risk of thinking that the people who respond to you on social media, the people who follow you on social media, are the people as a whole. And actually, lots of people don't look at Facebook, don't look at Twitter, but also a lot of those that do realize that there's only so far you can go in a conversation on social media. If you get a group of people together, as we are now, often you get a quality of discussion and debate that is a lot richer. So my view would be, yes, of course, learn the lessons on social media, engage on social media, and your point is right, parliaments have a slower, more deliberative way of working, which is challenging on social media, but that should be in addition to the traditional ways of working with people in person, because I would say personally, nothing beats that face-to-face, in-person contact you can have in your communities. Thank you.
For him, honorable members, thank you. It's your time now, Ms. Natalie.
Yes, hello. Thank you for the questions. I'd like to touch on a few that were raised. First, in response to having media and communications teams, it is important to have specialists. We do have that in the Canadian Parliament, people who specialize in social media. As people who love rules and the traditions, the clerks aren't always very good at bringing that down into a digestible portion for the people, so we appreciate that expertise and we work really well together. One thing that they told me is that when people are scrolling on social media, you have 15 seconds of their attention. So that gives you a sense of the type of videos, the type of things you want to post to grab the attention, and then maybe if they're interested, then they'll follow through onto other things. So I thought that was interesting. Another thing we've had to grapple with is the responses to posts. Not all of them are positive. There's a lot of very negative views and information out there, and as the Honourable Stephen Twigg mentioned, sometimes social media does not represent reality, and the people that engage there are not necessarily representative of the public. So I think as a parliament, you also have to consider the rules of engagement. What would you respond to? What would you ignore? And how do you make sure that you maintain your own mental health as well? Because that's very important when you're having all of those interactions with the public that are not always positive. In terms of the Teachers Institute, I did want to mention that that's something run by the Library of Parliament. It's a one-week event. We bring teachers, we ask them to apply. They come into Ottawa from the whole country. And we do 1 week where they meet the members. They have sessions a little bit like this, actually. They learn about how do committees work, how does the legislative process work, what tools are available through Parliament, what resources do they have. And then they have dinners and lunches with members, where members can share directly their experiences. They can share with them and answer questions that they might have. And then we give them that information to take back to their schools. And we do that every year. When schools come to visit, members, of course, can accompany them to the galleries on tours. You often see them in the galleries explaining a little bit what's going on. We're actually renovating our Parliament building right now. So when we go back into our new building, we will have a set of outreach centers where members can meet with their students or their visitors before going into the House or the Senate to have a little video or an explainer of what they're about to see. And then they would go back to that outreach room after to talk about what they saw and to get their reactions and responses. Because, like was mentioned, a lot of students are sort of shocked by the violence of debate and sometimes the comments made back and forth. So having a chance to come back with them and explain that and talk about what they really saw is actually an important part of that whole process. So that's something we're working on. Procedures and customs was mentioned on how they're very complex, they maybe don't speak to the people. As someone who loves the rules, of course, I do love supporting them and making sure that people understand, but it is a point that we're struggling with because a lot of those traditions are seen as old, archaic, and not relevant. And so what we've tried to do with our website and with our videos is to take that complexity that allows someone like me to have a job and make it very, very simple for the public so they understand the basics. How does a bill become a law? How do you contact your member? When do you contact your member? To make it more about the citizen and less about the rules. And that's something that we've been trying to change with how we communicate with the public. Finally, I wanted to relate to the point about orientation. I don't know that I mentioned, but we have a members orientation program in Canada. So it's for new members. When they start, we do a series of workshops for them. And to the point that the Honourable Member made, we actually have sessions for each of the departments in Parliament. So often when members start, their first concern is not procedure, it's not the rules, it's how do I hire my staff, who do I call in finance, who do I call in HR, and so we focus on those sessions. We bring staff in to present, to answer questions, they see the faces, they see the resources, and then we do live simulations in the chamber and in committee room. So members get a chance to experience that privately before they have to do it publicly. So I just wanted to mention that that was something we do as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Natalie. The Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. And thank you, members, for your inputs. First, I want to go to what KJ, Honorable KJ, has just suggested, and I want to see, it's amazing suggestion. And I just say that you're good in this. I'm going to have a meeting also with you to get some ideas of all what you have said. The issue of the Bunge YouTube, that is a good idea. Also, the issue of having a comprehensive marketing outreach strategy. Right now, we have strategic pillar 3 on public trust. Then we can integrate what you have and what we have in our strategic pillar. I think we are going on very, very well with all your suggestions you have just said here. We are going to sit as a committee and also as a PSC commission and deliberate on the same. Honorable Member Hon Omboko Milemba, you touched the issue on Sport Day. Apart from the IALA, we also have Sport Day, local here in our country. We have it, and I want to say sorry for the issue of missing sport kits. That some members, they didn't have sport kits. I think the relevant departments who are in charge of that are here, but we'll take upon in the commission and ensure that we don't have that issue any other time. The issue of equipping all the members with sport kits, we are also going to discuss about it so that all members have it. This will also motivate them and encourage them. Yes, and branding. It's also carrying our brand, by the way, our Kenyan brand, our Bunge brand. That is also a good idea, so I welcome that, Honorable Omboko. Honorable Reni Mayaka, you said that we need to have exciting issues or exciting programs, not just programs. Programs which can make people, our electorates, to have the feel of looking on them and maybe interacting on such issues. I want to agree with you, and that is why we said we welcome the inputs from members. It is not only this committee that will do everything. We want proposal from you guys, we want suggestion from you guys, and we'll take upon whatever you suggest for this committee to be more vibrant. The issue of fake news, it is true, they're fake news, and your suggestion to have pages of members being verified. Very true, they're fake news, a lot of propaganda, a lot of negative informations. All this we'll take upon, we'll be discussing, and then we'll get a way forward. You also say that we need to have the Members Welfare Committee chairperson to be here. Unfortunately, today is not around, it's outside the country, but I'm taking upon, and I hope the representative of the secretary to the PSC, representative of our clerk, the Senate clerk, Nyengenye, who is the secretary to the Parliamentary Service Committee, will take upon this issue so that next time, together what Elachi has just said, that we need to have all the commission, because all the commission, they chair one of the committees which are very crucial. There's that of staff welfare, the members' welfare, where there's so many issues around that. So that is a good suggestion, and next time we'll have all of them. Honorable Russell, you're also emphasizing that members need to engage the electorate, need to do the outreach program for them to be re-elected. That is good. Also, the issue of propaganda, that the citizen are ahead of us, it is very true. Because of the social media programs and so many things, they're ahead of us. So what are we supposed to do so that we are ahead of them? Broadcasting on real time is very important. And other suggestion around that, it is welcomed. Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡, you said we need to appreciate all the stars, we need to know them. It is true, there's so many. We don't know which department they are. And it is true, we really need to know them, to know each other, so that we can now have also some kind of interaction with them. In case you have any problem, you know which kind of staff maybe you can talk to or engage. Flow of operation on issues for members, it is true. We are also going to discuss on that and know what we are going to do regarding that. Honorable Rachel Nyamai, you talked on something which you have also discussed in my committee about having our own Bunge TV and radio station, and that is what I said in my presentation. That is the only way where we can have information which is not distorted, and we can also have information which is not a propaganda regarding members of parliament. It is high time. I know the KBC is covering all our stuff, but we need to have our own, so that at least we have more coverage. You can manage it, we can do so many things because it is our own. Lastly, I want to say something which I didn't mention here, but it is in my presentation. It's about CSR programs which Bunge can do to our community or to our society to ensure that we care for them. For instance, I was suggesting that we can visit Mathare Mental Health Facility and maybe do something for those people. We can go to a deaf school and buy some equipment for them. We can go for a school for the blind students and do something, and so many other activities which are tangible, which can be seen by our electorate or by the citizen, that the Bunge, or rather Parliament, has done this as part of CSR. This is also another way of strengthening our relationship and making Bunge a positive institution. I thank you. If I've missed any other question, maybe I beg to be reminded.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Let's clap for the three presenters. Thank you. You have done a very, very good job. Honorable members, I would like to request that in the interest of time, we move to the next topic. I know that in the program that you have, yeah, thank you very much. Yes, so you may go. So, honorable members, I know that in the program that you have, it indicates that we have a media engagement, but it has been arranged this way that we are moving to the discussion topic number 12, the one for parliamentary diplomacy, networking, and parliamentary assistance. And we have Ambassador Moi Lemoshira, Deputy National Secretary Advisor, who is here representing Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma, the National Security Advisor to the President of the Republic of Kenya. So I would like to request the presenters to be seated. You're most welcome. My name? Well, the presenters who are presented before are asking me to introduce myself, so I'll do it. My name is Rachel Nyamai. I'm Member of Parliament for Kitui South, and I am seated on behalf of the Speaker and the Deputy Speaker. I sit in the Speaker's panel. Yes. So, honorable members, now we are on the topic of parliamentary diplomacy, networking, and parliamentary assistance. As you can see, we have the Honorable Kevin Andrews, who has been introduced before. We have a representative of Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma, and I just said that his name is Ambassador Moi Lemoshira, seated on my left. And we have the Honorable Lucas, Deputy Chairperson, NCOP, and he has been introduced. She has been introduced before. And the Honorable Kevin Andrews. Honorable members, I would like now to give the first opportunity to the Honorable Kevin Andrews, former Member of Parliament, Australia, and as I said, he has already been introduced. Can we encourage him with a round of applause?
Thank you, Madam Chair, distinguished guests, honourable members. Good morning, and great pleasure to be with you once again today. And at the outset, may I say, as this is my last presentation to this Assembly seminar, can I thank you as honourable members and all members of the Kenyan Parliament for your warm hospitality and your welcome to me here in your country. And can I particularly thank the members of the Secretariat who have looked after us international guests here in the last few days. I want to say a few things first about diplomacy, then networking and some opportunities to do that, and I will be relatively brief. First, can I start with the observation that all parliamentarians are diplomats in an informal way for their country. Accordingly, when you have the opportunity when travelling or speaking with those from overseas to promote Kenya. And I've made a personal rule which I apply to interaction with people I meet, including parliamentarians from other nations. The first is that I do not engage in party political discussion. In other words, I promote Australia and don't engage in any partisan Australian politics when I'm overseas, such as I am now here in Kenya. And secondly, I try not to involve myself in local partisan politics of the country in which I'm visiting. You have differences of opinion from your respective backgrounds and your party and other affiliations, which I respect as a visitor to your country, and I seek not to engage, as you can, in those matters within Kenya itself. And I think that that's useful when travelling overseas. It keeps you out of a lot of trouble, if nothing else, but it is important that I think when travelling overseas, as I am now, even as a former Member of Parliament, that I have a diplomatic role broadly on behalf of the Australian nation to promote Australia and its interests. Let me turn then to what I think is the most substantial part of this topic, and namely that is networking. Networking with parliamentarians, experts and other resource people from overseas is invaluable as a Member of Parliament. Let me make this observation. On almost every issue which we have dealt with in Australia in the past 30 years, that issue has been discussed and often resolved in at least one other jurisdiction around the world. Even if not precisely applicable, the experience of other jurisdictions is very valuable in terms and very informative in terms of what I have been able to do in Australia. And let me give you just one example of many I could give from my own experience. When I became the Minister for Social Services in Australia, I was asked by the then Prime Minister to reform our welfare system. And I was informed in this process because in the previous years, whilst I was in opposition, I had travelled to both the United Kingdom and New Zealand to discuss their reforms. I met with ministers and shadow ministers and members of government, bureaucrats and the like in both of those jurisdictions in the UK and New Zealand. And those discussions were invaluable when it came to actually addressing reforms of the welfare system which I was asked to undertake in Australia, as I subsequently worked on proposals for Australia. And whilst what we did in Australia was ultimately different in some ways to both the United Kingdom and New Zealand, nonetheless I was informed in those policy proposals by what I'd learnt from discussions with colleagues, with associates in both New Zealand and the UK. And I could give many other examples, but that is just one of where reaching out to colleagues in other jurisdictions where I knew that they'd been undertaking welfare reform was important to help inform me about how we went about that process in Australia. The process also worked in reverse. Members of Parliament for other countries would discuss our legislation when visiting Australia, and indeed when I visited them. So there's a two-way street, if you like, which is important for Members of Parliament, to be able to learn firsthand from the experience of others about how they went about different processes and policy formations, remembering, as I said earlier, that on every issue that I can think we were looking at reform in Australia over the past 30 years, somewhere else in the world that issue had been discussed and often had been resolved, and so you don't have to, reinvent the whole process from the start, and you can learn from others. And whilst you can do that by reading scholarly articles and reading about what has been done, it's not the same as when you can actually discuss with someone and interrogate them about how they went about the process in their own jurisdiction. As a result, our policy formation was much more comprehensive, and it was especially helpful when in opposition, because you often don't have the resources that you have in government to be able to derive that information from others, and in opposition by being able to travel and talk to colleagues in other jurisdictions was quite important. I endeavoured to travel at least once each year with specific objectives in mind: the people I wished to meet, the programs and legislation that I wish to discuss with them. And it didn't just include ministers or shadow ministers, but it included, for example, a network of contacts throughout the world, people who were in think tanks that had looked at these policy formation objectives throughout the world. And as I did it from the beginning of my parliamentary life, many of those people became leaders of their nations, prime ministers, ministers, cabinet ministers and so on, that I'd already built a contact with, which meant that I could email a prime minister of a country or a minister in a cabinet in another country, because we had formed a relationship with each other at an early stage of our careers. And I commend that approach to you, especially if you wish to be involved in policy formation, especially if you wish to have a long-term contribution to the future governments of Kenya. That can be invaluable in terms of your own experience. It also provided me with a better understanding of international events and issues, and this was subsequently invaluable in my career, particularly when I was Minister for Immigration and subsequently when I was Minister for Defence. Having that first-hand knowledge from a variety of people from different countries around the world meant that I was able to draw upon that and also go back to some of those people when I needed to do so on a much more informal basis in both of those ministerial roles. So then, can I just look finally at some opportunities which are available to Members of Parliament? And I don't pretend to understand the Kenyan system precisely, but I'm sure some of these things would be applicable to you as Members of Parliament in this country. And the first is something which is quite simple. I don't know whether it operates here in the Kenyan Parliament, but in the Australian Parliament we have parliamentary friendship groups. So there's a parliamentary friendship group for Kenya. There's a parliamentary friendship group for Ethiopia. There's a parliamentary friendship group for South Africa. And what that is an informal type of grouping in which Members of Parliament, regardless of which party or background they come from, join together and try to promote events in which they can host, for example, if there was a Kenyan delegation coming to Australia, or have meetings with the Kenyan High Commissioner in Canberra so that we can get to understand more. And if you don't do this in Kenya, can I recommend it to you? It's a way, for example, if you had an Australian friendship group where you could invite the Australian High Commissioner, Kenyan, to come along and discuss issues which are of mutual interest between Australia and Kenya. And you can do that not just for Australia, but Canada, but for any country around the world, which you can form a friendship group. And it was bipartisan, it was from members from different backgrounds, and it was very invaluable in terms of bettering understanding and relations and information sharing between our different countries. Secondly, and I've already mentioned this, but if you haven't done so, I would invite you, if you have countries of interest, to invite their ambassador or their High Commissioner to actually come and have a meeting with you. They'll probably invite you back for dinner at the Embassy or the High Commission, and again, it's an opportunity to have informal discussions about relations between your country and whichever other country you do. I won't ask for hands up, but who, for example, has met the Australian High Commissioner to Kenya? If you haven't, well then I suggest you go and knock on the door and say, you know, we're interested in relations between Australia, if you are, Australia and Kenya, you know, could we have a meeting? And I'm sure that the High Commissioner would be only too pleased to be able to do that. I'll send a note to the High Commissioner after this week saying I've suggested it, so expect an approach from some members of the Kenyan Parliament. The third way is delegations, both official delegations and unofficial delegations. The Australian Parliament, for example, would have probably in the order of 10 or 12 delegations to other countries every year. It's an opportunity to go to those countries, to meet again with the government and ministers and shadow ministers and leaders in the parliamentary process in other countries around the world. Again, an opportunity to learn from them and to build up a network of contacts which you can then go back to when you need to in the future. There's also, if you're travelling overseas, think tanks in different countries, and I've used this very often. For example, when I've been to the United States and I go to Washington, I always try and visit a number of think tanks. I've been invited in return to speak at some of those think tanks about international relations from an Australian perspective. When I go to the UK, I try to visit a number of think tanks there and listen to what their thoughts are in terms of policy formation as they see it. And many of them have an international perspective, which can be quite useful again in terms of how we inform ourselves as members of Parliament. There are other international organisations such as that, and I won't go through the whole list of them. Make use of the resources of the Kenyan Parliament. If they have an international liaison office, to make use of the international resources of your own Parliament to be able to facilitate these networks and contacts. Finally, and I'll end on this note, can I also, as did the Secretary-General of the CPA, Stephen Twigg, can I also give a plug for the CPA Academy? It's a way in which you can engage online, just as we are this week here. It's a way in which you can engage in your own time. It's very valuable. It's something which I've been involved with myself, and I found it invaluable in terms of being able to equip me better as a Member of Parliament to do my job back in Australia. Can I finally say again thank you for the hospitality of having you here. I've learned a great deal about Kenya and about your processes and about the challenges you have in this country, and I wish you the very best for the future. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Kevin Andrews. Honourable members, I'm going to invite our discussant, who is representing Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma, and I would like to read a short biodata. Ambassador Moi Lemoshira is Deputy National Secretary Advisor in the Executive Office of the President. He is a career Foreign Service Officer and joined the Ministry of Foreign Affairs as a third Secretary Cadet in 1995. Prior to his current appointment, Ambassador Lemoshira was the Director General for the Bilateral and Political Affairs, which is the highest position in the technical cadre of the ministry. Ambassador Lemoshira has held other senior positions at the ministry headquarters, including Chief of Staff or Chief de Cabinet for the Cabinet Secretary, Deputy Political and Diplomatic Secretary, Director in the Office of the Principal Secretary, and Acting Secretary, Foreign Service Administration. He was appointed to the rank of Ambassador in August 2014. Ambassador Lemoshyira served as Kenya's ambassador to Algiers, Algeria, 2015 to 2019, and at various ranks in Kenya mission in Ethiopia, Ireland, Thailand, Malaysia. He holds a master's degree in diplomatic studies and a Bachelor of Arts degree. So I would like us to give a round of applause as we invite him to speak to us. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Dr. Rachel Nyamai, a member of Parliament for Kitui South. The Honorable Speaker, Honorable Deputy Speaker, Chair of various departmental committees, Majority Leader, Minority Leader, Honorable members, good afternoon. It's actually good morning, so it tells us that good morning. Thank you. Let me first present greetings from Ambassador Dr. Monica Juma, who had to travel with His Excellency the President this morning. And I hope that in representing her, I will be able to do some justice to this very important topic. I want to appreciate that among us you are veterans of diplomacy, and please let's clap for them. I can see the Honorable Malim has been a practitioner as a member of Parliament and at the same time a diplomat. It's a very rare but very worthwhile experience. I also recognize members of the Committee on Defense, Intelligence, and Foreign Relations. Over the last 28 years, I think I've seen some of the best members of Parliament representing our country abroad. I want to appreciate my co-facilitators, Madam Lucas and Honorable Andrews, and I certainly have learned a lot from the Australian experience on parliamentary diplomacy. Let me start by saying that if you look at the board here, you'll see something written CPA. If there is something that will define parliamentary diplomacy right now, is the fact that we are all here courtesy of a partnership between the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya and the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. What the CPA has done to make this happen is parliamentary cooperation, parliamentary assistance. I think we all need to acknowledge that with a small clap of our hands. I am rather constrained by time, but I want to say I'm very delighted to be here, to have the opportunity to interact with you and give a practitioner's perspective on what parliamentary diplomacy is and possibly what it is not. There is no doubt that Africa is becoming a theater of deepening interest from policymakers at the national, regional, and international level. These interests are driven by a desire to respond to fast-changing and complex environment that has made it an imperative to engage in region that is transforming to a geopolitical strategic flashpoint. What I'm saying is this, that as honorable members of our dear republic, you are meeting here not only as pace setters for this country, but you are pace setters of a region that is becoming more and more meaningful in global affairs. How Kenya sees the democratic dividend is relevant to the debate of democratic transformation in Africa. Our region, in the context of the larger East African bloc, and I want you to reflect on this very carefully, the increase in the sphere of influence of our country means that our standards of doing things at the international level become a matter of benchmark for other countries in this region. So during your term in office, you will be able to receive visiting parliamentary delegations seeking to understand and appreciate how much significance and progress Kenya has made across various areas, including, of course, diplomatic representation of the state. Against the background of increasing demand for Kenya's leadership in the region, our increased role in international affairs, the power and role of our parliament becomes such an enabler in the collective quest for common global goods. This includes peace, security, sustainable development, climate change, climate mitigation and adaptation, democracy, freedom, among others. This is how our subject of inquiry today, parliamentary diplomacy, becomes relevant. I know that the honorable members of parliament do understand the definition of parliamentary diplomacy, but from my own perspective, in my own practice, I believe that parliamentary diplomacy is the engagement of parliament in foreign policy formulation, implementation, interaction in international affairs, and the act of representing the national interest to a foreign entity, whether it is another country, as a sovereign, or an international organization. Of great importance to this debate is the fact that the Constitution of Kenya 2010 envisaged a shared responsibility between the arms of government for the survival of the nation and the protection of national interest. So, the role of Parliament in strengthening Kenya's national interest abroad is informed by that shared responsibility provided by the Constitution of Kenya. The foundation of a country's diplomacy is determined by the character of its foreign policy and by the means and ways available for the execution of its national interest in the interaction with the rest of the world. I know as honorable members of parliament, you understand the significance and the importance of the terms, the way, the means and the ways. In diplomacy, parliament is the creator of that provision of how a nation should drive its foreign policy. While diplomats largely drive a nation's foreign policy, elected members of national parliaments play a critical role in influencing policy priorities. Drawing from my experiences from the preparation of the Kenya Foreign Policy Framework, and I would like to urge you to read, all of you to read it. We have a foreign policy publication for 2014. There is no doubt that Parliament, through the Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Relations Committee, helped shape the conversation around the 5 pillars of our foreign policy. So we already appreciate that even before engaging other sovereigns, our Parliament has a critical role in shaping how we see the rest of the world. Again, as a coordinator of the working group on the Foreign Service Bill, the protracted negotiations between the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and the departmental committee proved the valued price tag for the Foreign Service Act of November 2022, which lays a strong foundation for the professionalization of the Kenyan diplomatic service. Again, from the foundation of our policy priorities, we see the role of Parliament through the committee in shaping how the country should be represented by defining the structure of the foreign service and the priorities of the country that the service will represent. Indeed, parliamentarians do advance national interest on the international stage. As a grouping of representatives of the people, parliaments around the world have an opportunity to influence public opinions. And this is a third aspect of parliamentary effectiveness in diplomacy. When a country wants to shape a public opinion of another country, we all remember the Cold War period, as much as the ongoing convictions on the evolution and the spread of COVID-19, Parliament is used to influence public opinions. In a functioning democracy, Parliament is the first direction the public looks to determine the pulse of the nation. When applied to diplomacy, this capacity is key gadget in the component of parliamentary diplomacy in facilitating what we call public discussions. It is important to appreciate that, for example, a classical example of influencing public opinion is the well-calibrated, repeated, regular visits to Taiwan by the US congressional representations. Every year, they formally engage Taiwan in order to project and promote the United States government interest. We also, as a country, have a clear role for our parliament in influencing the public opinions of other countries. I guess we are all aware of the intricacies of the relations which we usually have with our southern neighbor, and how our parliamentary system, our parliamentary representatives have always been there to help us address some of those challenges. The significance about parliamentary diplomacy in influencing public opinion is the fact that it can act both formally and informally. And in fact, as a student of public diplomacy, I know that parliamentary diplomacy is considered a track 1.5. Track 1 because it is a formal way of representing a nation's interest, but also open avenues, as Honorable Andrews has said, of informalities. Another key element of parliamentary diplomacy is attached to the authority and the power of parliamentary leadership. Parliamentary leaders hold very highly regarded offices, and in many political systems, their authority and legitimacy are put to use to deliver special messages and to engage with other countries. It is for this reason that visiting heads of governments and state find value in including in their very tight schedule meeting with such leaders during high-level visit. A classical example recent in our country is His Excellency the President's visit to Korea just late last year. During his visit, he did not only meet the sitting President of the Republic of Korea, but also had a formal meeting with the Speaker of the Parliament of the Republic of Korea. What does that mean? It means that though in a democracy that works like South Korea, that shared responsibility enables the two leaders to meet a visiting head of state separately without conflicting the national interest. We all know, too, that in Kenya, that is the case, that some visiting heads of state and government have the opportunity to interact both with the President as head of state and with the Honorable Speaker as the head of Parliament. Likewise, host nations of visiting parliamentary delegations find it necessary and important to receive and accord due recognition to the visitors, including call on the head of state. We all remember the wave of foreign parliamentary delegations that pursued our country just before and after the elections of last year. We had almost every of our strong partners sending a parliamentary delegation just before and immediately after the elections. And in that they took a moment to be accorded the necessary appointments to engage the Kenyan government with a view to influence whichever government is going to be in power. So the significance of parliamentary delegations to influence upcoming governments and administrations is a key element of parliamentary diplomacy. As learned from our own experiences, parliaments create additional framework that compound the diplomatic muscles of a country through interparliamentary friendship association. I just heard Honorable Andrews talk about his experiences. And for me, as a former ambassador to Algeria, I'm proud to say that during my term as ambassador, interparliamentary relations between Kenya and Algeria were a key component of our diplomatic engagement. In fact, I hosted 3 speakers, and during my time, the speakers also of Algeria did come to Kenya. One of the importance of interparliamentary association as frameworks is that it gives visibility of diplomatic relations and open additional channels to pursue common and special interests between countries. As I move towards my conclusion, at the international level, parliamentary organizations play a critical role in the advancement of international peace and security. They play a critical role in projecting political messaging, as in the case of the Pan-African Parliament. We all know that in several cases in Africa, we have had unconstitutional change of governments, and it's a very sensitive issue for those affected countries. But the Pan-African Parliament has a ready framework in which it can engage in such a sensitive issue in a manner that is able to promote and turn around the affected countries in preference for democracy. Again, the outcomes of the conferences of the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, again, we acknowledge their support here, set agenda for political dialogue, political discourse in member states. The messaging that is passed through the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association, as regards, for example, democracy and freedom, affect the political discourse of all parliaments of the member states. The strategic placement of the U.S. national interest, expounded through its 11 members in the 323 seats of the Organization of Cooperation for Security in Europe, underscores the significance of the parliamentary engagement in international peace and security. Significantly, and I think this is known to all of us, the power of the National Assembly of the Republic of Kenya in the ratification of international treaties and agreements clarifies their direct role in enabling diplomacy. The regular presidential reports, I think it's Article 132, to Parliament on the state of the nation, in which the country's international commitments are the center, once again establishes the direct role of our parliamentarians in deciding the heartbeat of our diplomacy abroad. This establishes the authority of Parliament in the balancing the action of the executive in the field of diplomacy. It is also important to appreciate the role of Parliament in lobbying for international jobs, for Kenya's candidature at the international level. I want to acknowledge that the previous Parliament did a great job in helping us to secure, to present a highly competitive edge that enabled Kenya to be elected to the United Nations Security Council non-member seat for 2022-2023. I am now chairing another bid in which we are presenting Ambassador Nancy Karigithu as Kenya's candidate for the Secretary General of the International Maritime Organization. Please hold our hand again and let's deliver it. And just briefly, Ambassador Nancy Karigithu is seeking to be the first woman Secretary General of the IMO, but also the first African Secretary. So you have a very good candidate to present. I know that the Honorable Chair of the session is pursuing me to conclude, so I'll try not to go much. There is also an aspect of an increase in demand from the African citizens demanding participation, accountability, and transparency. Parliamentary diplomacy helps to bring above board the action of governments in international relations. The inclusion of parliamentary representatives in official delegations, for example, the annual United Nations General Assembly help to provide a view of the represented authority, which is the people of Kenya. The interface with the rest of the world through digital platforms, and I'm glad that I was here to hear the debate about the significance of digital platforms in enabling you to perform your duty, means that young people and society at large are able to call in solidarity and exercise it beyond the effective control of state machinery. This ability needs to be invented into creating and insinuating our countries through strengthening and deepening constitutionalism and the rule of law. Parliament, again, is able to use its diplomatic edge to talk and present the realities of constitutionalism and how the countries can up their game in the promotion of democracy. The good news about parliamentary diplomacy is there are no limitations of subjects and topics. I want to wind up by saying as follows. I appreciate the fact that the Honorable Chair of the session as another presenter. The value of regional organizations like the East African Community Legislative Assembly, I mentioned the Pan-African Parliament, help shape regional and political security mechanisms. The establishment of the PAP, of Pan-African Parliament, is formed by a vision to provide a common platform for African peoples and their grassroots organization to be more involved in the discussion and decision-making on the problems and the challenges facing the continent. The impact of the above parliamentary bodies and organizations falls within the realm of parliamentary diplomacy. This imperative offers opportunity for partnership, namely the support to strengthen regional organizations such as IGAD, ICGLR, and the African Union. It also calls for reflection of what formations could and should look like. I want to appreciate the annual sports, EAC Parliamentary Sports, which remains a strong feature of cultural diplomacy that contributes to the success of interstate relations within the bloc. So again, you can extend the element of parliamentary diplomacy to include not just political, security, trade, but also cultural aspects. Parliamentary diplomacy is also known to be a big mechanism for countries to solve what we call borderline conflicts. In the case of Uganda and Kenya, we have various examples, and of course, the issue of us sorting our problems with our border on the south. Honorable members, how does Parliament network in the domestic environment? One, I think our Parliament should have regular interactions with diplomatic corps through informal and formal channels. There is a particular role for the top leadership and chairpersons of the parliamentary committees in this regard. So, honorable members, I think you should reflect on the interests of your constituency within the compound interests of the nation to engage the diplomatic corps here in our country, either individually or through your respective committees. Number two, it serves your interest as a member of parliament to articulate inter-region or inter-city collaboration between Kenya and other countries. A good example is where you have the city of Nairobi partnering, for example, the city of Singapore in management of waste management. Singapore has a great technology on processing of recycling of water. Number three, the hosting and participation in regional and international events. Kenya is a strong contender for international events, of course, including some of the International Parliamentary Union events. And finally, engagement with quasi-government special interest grouping, which benefit from support from the representative of foreign governments. What are the limitations of parliamentary diplomacy? And I ask you to lend me an ear for this. In many cases, we see a lack of knowledge or clarity of national interest. And that is why it is important that when we have our parliamentary delegation participating in international events, undertaking benchmark tours, or exchange of cooperation visits, it is important that you get the brief from the relevant ministry. If a committee on agriculture and food security visits a foreign country, it's important that they get a brief from the relevant department in the Ministry of Agriculture and Livestock. Number two, the poor coordination with the executive. In order for you to realize an effective diplomatic engagement, it is important that you, again, seek to engage the persons who are considered technical experts, and if possible, always have them attend your meetings as much as is allowed within your regulations and practices. Number three, in a highly centralized political system, the issue of conflict of interest between the position of the country and that of the political parties is very common. So it is important that while you could be traveling as a member of a particular party, the issues and what you say outside there as regards the positions you present must have a good reflection of the true position of the country. And then, of course, the issue of poor leadership and individual character. With issues that pertain to poor preparedness, lack of planning, and just openly bad individual character. Conclusion. As an equal stakeholder in the determination of national interest, Parliament plays a critical role in shaping the foreign policy of a country, its implementation, and diplomatic discourse. Through active interaction with the foreign entities, parliamentarians execute an important part of the diplomatic outreach through which to front the national interest of our country. The highlights of our Parliament's role in foreign policy and diplomacy are as follows. Parliament coordinates foreign policy through determination of domestic policies which either guide or reflect on Kenya's relations with other countries. For example, right now we are moving to the area of health. We are conversing and saying, maybe we should have health as a new pillar. How Parliament influences the formulation of that health policy will reflect of who we engage extra in the diplomatic world. Number two, Parliament contributes to promotion of bilateral relations through interparliamentary relations, for example, exchange of establishment of parliamentary charters. Through its legislative power, Parliament shapes the nature and extent of Kenya's capacity to represent its interests abroad through the effecting of laws that shape the foreign service and by vetting the nominees for senior diplomatic agents. Again, Parliament has the authority to allocate resources for execution of our diplomacy and plays a significant role in the monitoring and evaluation of the return to the public investment from our diplomacy. So you do not just participate in diplomacy, but you provide a higher purview or a higher supervisory role in determining how much our diplomacy is giving back to the public investment. Parliament creates and maintains international partnership frameworks with counterparts in foreign countries through which to advance the strategic interest of Kenya. It engages extensively through membership to regional, continental, and international parliamentary organizations, which avail opportunities for articulating Kenya's interest and further contribute to the realization of shared understanding and common goals of human society. Honorable Speaker, Honorable Madam Deputy Speaker, distinguished honorable members, chair of the session, my fellow facilitators, in my presentation I have highlighted the fact that parliamentary diplomacy is an inescapable part and component of effective diplomacy, and I have a very strong appreciation that our Parliament, our National Assembly, has been at the center of the success of Kenya's diplomatic engagement abroad. Thank you very much.
Very well. An applause for Ambassador Moi. But maybe let me introduce myself. That there's a new moderator here by the name of Mwalimu Omboko Milemba. Our next speaker and discussant, resource, is one who had already been introduced to us earlier, and this none other than Hon Sylvia Lucas, the National Council of Provinces Deputy Chairperson. Welcome, and you may proceed.
Thank you very much, Honorable Malembo. So, good morning once again. Today we are in actual fact greeting because we are going to continue at the Senate. But fortunately, the former speaker have said a lot about parliamentary diplomacy because I was specifically requested to say a little bit more on issues around gender equality and women's rights stemming from parliamentary networking and diplomacy. Now, Kenya as a republic and South Africa have been signing memoranda of understanding on different areas. One particularly is on the area of diplomatic training. And Parliament has got the responsibility to ratify treaties or memoranda of understanding that have been signed between the executive and any other country. I am mentioning it here because we need to strengthen the parliamentary influence and the democratic legitimacy. It is becoming extremely urgent in the decision-making of today's world, particularly given the developmental challenges that we are facing, not only in Africa, but also in some other areas globally. National parliaments and parliaments have for decades been present and active in the international arena. However, parliamentary diplomacy has recently become the common term used to describe a wide range of international activities which are undertaken by members of parliament in order to increase mutual understanding amongst countries. The intention of this diplomacy is principally to address many issues in the global political landscape. It includes, amongst others, issues such as improving the scrutiny of governments, better representation of people in constituencies, and to increase the democratic legitimacy of intergovernmental institutions. The increased blurring of boundaries between national and international affairs also suggests that parliamentarians must consider issues presented to them within a global mindset. The Parliament of the Republic of South Africa participates on a number of multilateral platforms, such as the Inter-Parliamentary Union, the Pan-African Parliament, the SADC Parliamentary Forum, and of course the Commonwealth Parliamentary Association. The participation of member parliaments on these platforms has enabled us to share ideas with other parliaments, to share best practices and glean the best parliamentary system approaches in order to accelerate transformation in our own country. Before I continue to issues of constitutionality of our public participation, because it is within the public participation scheme of Parliament that we are going to address the issue of how we try to work on an issue to ensure that we have gender equality, and also to build the issue around organizations of parliamentary networking. Now, we as the South African Parliament, we have been ratifying, or we've been busy with a consultation together with the SADC Parliamentary Forum on the issue of a legislation on gender equality, within which SADC want to address the issue to make sure that women are not seen as minors, as it is still happening in other countries. Also, we have been ratifying all the treaties that have been there since the Beijing Platform of Action. We have been ratifying all the treaties that have been there. And also we are participating in generation equality of the United Nations that are working towards universal representation of women on different areas. We have got a program as South African Parliament that we call the sectoral program. And in addition to the sectoral program, we also have other participation programs like your Taking Parliament to the People. Now, Taking Parliament to the People brings together all spheres of government in a province to address critical developmental challenges. It also convened at the most far-flung areas, if possible, to give rural communities who would ordinarily not have an opportunity to participate in parliamentary processes a voice. We also have a People's Assembly, which is a joint program by both houses of parliament that is convened twice in every 5 years to review overall progress made by government in implementing the electoral mandate. Also, we've got Local Government Week and also Provincial Week that enables permanent delegates to go back to their provinces to address specific issues in their provinces. Now, we speak of counties here and we speak of provinces in South Africa. Sectoral parliaments is the one that I'm supposed to be addressing, and the issue of gender transformation. Through our sectoral parliaments program, the Parliament of the Republic of South Africa affords designated groups, including youth, women, men, workers, children, and people with disabilities, the opportunity to directly engage with their public representatives in an effort to address the socio-economic challenges they face. The Deputy Presiding Officers, it is myself and the Deputy Speaker of the National Assembly, are the ones that are responsible for the implementation of sector parliaments throughout the year. These are essentially oversight programs as well as public participation, which serve as platforms to exercise oversight over the work of the executive with regards to sectoral issues. They also serve as platforms for the executive to report back on progress made in implementing sectoral commitments. And it serves as platforms to improve the three-sphere coordination mechanisms and advance a cooperative approach in the implementation of policy priorities. Most importantly, and that is the important one, they enable all sectors of society to participate in these processes, to raise burning issues which government is required to respond to with urgency. If I come to the Women's Charter, because that is the one that we have been working on, in an effort to advance gender transformation in South Africa, the Women's Charter is recognized as the most appropriate mechanism through which we have framed our oversight program to accelerate gender transformation in South Africa. The first Women's Charter was launched in 1954 at the height of apartheid. It served as a demand document articulating women's social and economic challenges for urgent intervention by our government. The 1954 Charter was later reviewed and adopted in 1994. 1994, as you remember, was the year in which we attained our democracy and the democratic government was put in place. As the 1994 Women's Charter for Effective Equality, the 1994 Charter represented the second strata of the gender transformation demand document and advocacy manuscript for the women of South Africa. The 1994 demand document also served as a demand document articulating critical areas of concern for women, particularly as South Africa was transitioning into its democratic era. In 2019, 25 years since the adoption of the Women's Charter, we felt that the women of South Africa is of the need to review the 1994 Women's Charter for effective equality in order to assess the progress that has been made by our democratic government in the first 25 years of our democracy to implement the provisions of the Charter. The review process subsequently led to the adoption of the 2021 Women's Charter for Accelerated Development, which now articulates the development challenges that women in South Africa are currently facing with clear positions on the interventions that the women of South Africa expect our government to undertake in order to bring about gender equality. During the review process, the following pillars guided the review process: a gender analysis at a local government base in terms of planning, the IDPs, which is the integrated development plans, the gender responsive planning and gender responsive budgeting, as well as the gendered provision of services at the local government level. The gender analysis provincial government, we did the same for provincial government. We look into their planning processes, the PGDS, which is the Provincial Growth and Development Strategy, the gender responsive planning, the gender responsive budgeting across all provincial departments. We also did an in-depth review of the systemic weaknesses in the national gender machinery, that is on the national, provincial and district level. An in-depth review of the systemic and institutional arrangements, particularly at provincial and local government level, which weaken or create exclusionary systemic processes. We know that in many instances, particularly at the local level, at the provincial level, you find that women are still excluded, particularly with regards to how services are being delivered. And we actually did an in-depth review of that. And we also reviewed the systemic weaknesses that impede gender responsive budgeting across the three spheres in order to ensure that women and girl children benefit fairly from financial and other resources. And also we looked into the law reform. We reviewed the existing legislation framework through a gender lens in order to identify gaps in our legislation and policies so as to prevailing structural constraints which perpetuate poverty and inequality. We know that the face of poverty is an African woman in most instances. And that is why we looked into the legislation and how it responds to the needs of women. We also had an extensive public participation process where the review process was also underpinned by that public participation component enabling women across every district. In South Africa, we have 52 districts. We went to every district, to all 9 provinces, to make sure that South African women's voices were heard. And due to the fact that it was during COVID-19, we were actually assisted a lot by ensuring that we do it on virtual platform. But the women of South Africa, what was the feedback that they gave to us? They said you took us out of depression during the lockdown period because we've been engaged and we learn new skills, and that is how to do virtual engagement. And that is what we did. We went further. We also went on to make sure that there is reporting from the 3 spheres of government. The review pillars of the Women's Charter still form the core thematic areas for oversight, which the 3 spheres of government are expected to report on, some of which include the functionality of the national, provincial, and district level gender machinery. Now, in gender machinery, maybe if I can give a little bit of explanation what we mean if we speak about gender machinery. In South Africa, we've got the Ministry of Women. But before, we didn't have the Ministry of Women, but we had the Office on the Status of Women, Children, and People with Disabilities. So we wanted them to be replicated on all levels. And that is why I'm speaking about gender machinery. We're speaking about the machinery that enable women to be able to access services and to have a voice through the Ministry of Women. Eventually, we got the Ministry of Women after we had a Office on Status of Women for so many years. So we also, actually our oversight went to the issue of the implementation of gender responsive planning in the first instance, then budgeting, and then implementation. Through our oversight and our process of participation, we seek to ensure that government includes a gender perspective in their planning, budgeting, and implementation processes. In addition to the standing pillars for reporting on government's performance in relation to advancing gender transformation, the 3 spheres of government are expected to report on progress made in operationalization and implementing the provisions of the Charter. So what did we do? We went back to all the provinces, to all the districts again, but to the provinces in particular. And we brought provincial government from the Premier. The Speaker is the host of that event because it's Parliament's program. And we called them back to meetings, and they had on a platform to report to women what progress since 2019 to 2022, because it was when we went back, was done to ensure that they implemented gender planning, they implemented gender budgeting, and we particularly worked with the traditional sector, traditional leader sector, because we know where horses are, women are non-existent. They are just good to be in the traditional areas. They are just good to be in the kitchen and to bear the children. That is what they are good for. So that is, and we had to take them out of that kind of mindset, of that mind frame. And we are making progress, because if you look at the gender-based violence program that we are running, today in many of the traditional rural areas, traditional leaders are the ones that are leading the Not in My Name campaign, which means that men, just for this week, in one of the provinces that I have been deployed, just for this week, already 4 women was killed by their intimate partners. So gender-based violence is a big issue. And that is why we are engaging all of these premiers, legislators, departments, traditional affairs, SANAC, the South African National AIDS Council, all of them, we are engaging them to make sure that all of us are from the same understanding that we've got the responsibility to put everything in to change the lives of women. So I've been requested to speak a little bit on what specific programs have we done to address issues of gender equality and women's empowerment. I will just conclude by saying in South Africa, and I think it can be done in all African countries and across the globe, through the review process, we have formulated partnerships with the Finance and Fiscal Commission, Finance and Fiscal Commission is busy assisting municipalities to be able to do, through their integrated development plans and their budgets, a more gender-responsive budgeting. They have piloted some municipalities. It was successful in some, and they are going to make sure that they replicate it in the rest of the country. The Commission for Gender Equality, a very important commission, that are making sure that women representation and the women's voice are heard in all of government's programs. It is one of our partners. I've mentioned SANAC, the men's sector, that is the South African National AIDS Council, but we have also engaged with universities, with the academia, to make them be part and parcel of our program, to make sure that it is a program that is inclusive. We have been working with faith-based, that is the churches, civil society organizations, and you name it. We have established social compacts with all three spheres of government, particularly around reporting and feedback to communities. And this partnership has demonstrated the fact that transformation and development depends on partnerships with a wide variety of stakeholders in government and outside government. I have also given the very same presentation at the International Parliamentary Union in Bali in Indonesia as part of our public participation program. So I've been asked to speak about gender equality, women's empowerment, and I want to thank you for the opportunity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Hon Sylvia Lucas. Now, because of the interest of time, as I've been informed, we shall get a few interventions, possibly just 3 or 4. And I can see a hand there. So Oundo, you'll come first, Honorable Oundo, and then Honorable Faith, you'll come next. Can I see a third hand? Yes, Daktari, you'll come thirdly, and finally up here, Hon Wangari. So the microphone may go. We may miss the good English from Honorable Member for Nyando, but for now, let's wait. Onyundo, you may go first, Honorable Oundo.
Thank you, moderator. Thank you for the presenters and the speakers for the day. I really wanted to tie up the presentation by Kevin and the presentation by Ambassador on the issue of the role of members of parliament in international diplomacy. I totally agree with the ambassador that many times we go outside there, we are not adequately prepared. Now this is the challenge I need to throw back to you. As the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, it is of your greatest importance to enable members of parliament articulate issues that concern Kenya positively and in a progressive manner. I do not know what plans do you have in the coming future, more so to start with the relevant departments and probably the chairpersons of the various departments to equip them with the Kenya's foreign policy position in view of the new political dispensation. Thank you.
Very well. Next in that order.
Thank you very much. Mine goes to Mr. Lemoshira. It is true, we love visitors in Kenya, and we have been receiving very, very many visitors here. But I don't know whether you're aware that Kenyans struggle to get visas, including members of parliament. It looks like we give too much to our visitors, but receive very little. What are you doing about that? Thank you very much.
Very well. We go to Daktari.
Thank you. Let me also appreciate the presentations that have been made, but I've been really appreciative of the report on the gender empowerment or the gender process in South Africa, because it reminds me of where we were. Let me say that really, since devolution, I think the emphasis on gender empowerment has been lost in this country, mainly because when the two-thirds came, people have pursued two-thirds, but more so in elective positions more than appointed positions. And what we've also lost out is programmatic approach to the whole issue of gender. Because the areas that we have lost and have come out very clearly here is gender responsive planning. We had a time when actually when you are doing out plans, you had to show how that plan is gender responsive. It's not just the number of women, but issues that affect women, like let's say issues of water, issues of identity and so on. So you had to show in the plans. We also lost out in gender responsive budgeting. That is something that I don't hear now a lot, because you have to show in your budget what parts of the budget are actually responsive to gender issues. We also have lost out on gender mainstreaming, because the department that was dealing with gender, with the secretary, had to ensure that in all departments of government, there was gender mainstreaming on all issues. And finally, the other thing that we may have to look back to is gender data reporting. Every year, it was important to give out a report, what has been the progress on gender improvement. So I think that has brought that to my memory, and I think as a country, we need to look back and see what are the programmatic approaches and not just emphasize on the political processes. That is the point I wanted to bring out. Thank you very much.
Very well, Honorable Ongare.
Thank you. And I will pick from where Honorable 𝗣𝗢𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧 has left it to Ambassador Lemoshyira. I totally agree that we have a skewed relationship in terms of the deals we get from other countries. The president will go to South Africa, they will shake hands and will say, we'll not even be needing to get, need a visa. But the implementation, how do we domesticate all these deals that have been done in the bilateral talks by the president? Some others you'll get, like Western countries, will take the issue of visas to be a money-making scheme. You know, and you have to pay quite some amount of money, say to Nigeria or to Ghana, to get a visa. And I don't think we make as much money ourselves as a country from those visas. So I don't know how we can look at skewing this relationship to also be mutual and to be symbiotic, and especially in the spirit of Pan-Africanism, to ensure that in Africa, we don't do the same things we do to other countries, really, that we can have some affirmative action for African countries. Secondly, the issue of parliamentary diplomacy. And Ambassador Lemoshyira, I've sat in the Defense Committee last Parliament and this Parliament, and I know we have had this conversation, but I would like to know, where does a member of Parliament draw the line in terms of, say you are invited to a cocktail in an ambassador's house, and you just go innocently and there is intelligence collection at that specific function? How do we ensure that our information is not harvested in that way? And how does a member know how much to say about a country and about the policies about a country without betraying the country? So how do you draw the boundaries? Thank you.
Very well, and finally, moderator's prerogative, and just to balance gender, Member for Nyando, you may ask a question. Give him the microphone.
I thank you, Bwana Moderator Mwalimu, and I welcome our guests to Kenya. The weather in Mombasa is not reflective of Kenya. Find time to go to Kisumu, which is in the western part of this country. Not only enjoying good weather, but our sumptuous delicacies as well. I've got a few questions, actually just two. Yes, and it goes to my brother, Honorable Moi, because honorable you will. Firstly, MPs play a critical role for any ambassador to be put into office. Without the involvement of members of parliament, no one can take a flight to that country of destination. So I had a very wonderful privilege in the last regime, the immediate former regime, to move around with the president, some cabinet ministers, some CSS and PSS. And the degree of reception that they receive in those countries is on top of the world. You would find the ambassador right there at the airport present to take them through all the clearance processes, all the way to the hotel. Equally, I have traveled with members of parliament by ourselves, whereas we play an important role to put them into office. Not a single one will show up at the airport to receive us. So our good role ends at the point of shepherding your name to the president, and with the link from these officers. So I want you to tell us, what is this memo that deliberately excluded members of parliament? Where is this memo and who signed it, so that we can deal with him? Yeah, or we amend that memo. Because really, sometimes we go through hell abroad, and you have absolutely no one to fall back to. And finally, our country prides itself in exports. And this is tea and coffee. And lately, there is a need to also export hides and skins, and there is beef, which is becoming an attraction in the Middle East. Whereas we expect these ambassadors to help us market our country abroad, to cash in on these exports. A good example is what happens with Dubai. They have an airline called Emirates. And even if you are traveling west to America, our travelers firstly go to the east, to Dubai, for 5 hours, then take 16 hours to America. Yet we have our own airline that goes straight to Washington, D.C. for 14 hours. Now, that therefore means that they have reduced their prices deliberately to make their destination a hub, or an economic hub. And when you talk economy, it is no longer in Europe, it is no longer in America. The new economic frontier is in the Middle East. Now, what are we doing with our ambassadors abroad to help us market Kenya with its products, so that whereas agriculture is failing because of drought issues, that we may also cash in on issues of tourism and these additional exports abroad? And I thank you.
Very well. We may have our discussants react on those questions. And first, I'll call out Ambassador Moi, because most of our questions are directed towards you.
Thank you, moderator, and thank you, honorable members, for your questions. I must say that some questions had very little to do with the subject of parliamentary diplomacy, but I'm glad that as a Foreign Service officer, I can answer them. Now, as to question of how do we improve parliament preparations for international diplomacy, I have the following 3 suggestions. Number 1, I believe that Parliament should make use of the Foreign Service Academy in the training of clerks. The clerks to each committee are the window of how you interact with the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. I know a couple of your clerks who are participating in this event. They're very, very articulate, but we can always improve on that. So the training, the Foreign Service Academy and the parliamentary institute should work together on training of clerks on preparation for parliamentary participation in international diplomacy. The second one, I think the Honorable Clerk to the National Assembly should consider an induction per committee on this very important subject. This again can be worked through the Foreign Service Academy, and I'm sure the Director General, Ambassador Stella Orina, will do a very good job. On the issue of visas, just as I was coming in the car now, I had the opportunity to be thanked by a member of parliament who I helped in the previous parliament to get a visa to Turkey. 3 things about the visa. The application of many times the application for visas come late. The request to Foreign Affairs come late. And that again, this can be helped addressed through training. Secondly, we must differentiate between personal needs for a visa and official. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs will not be responsible for a personal request. They will be responsible for official request. And there is need to separate this so that you can also protect the civil servants who serve you. I think it is also important to reflect that when you are a member of parliament and one of your constituents is applying for a visa, you should use your networks to sort through the ministry rather than presenting it formally. Because the protocol officers who deal with visas, and I'm not speaking on behalf of Foreign Affairs, I'm speaking from my experience, have a very hard time when they present personal requests, and then again they try to present formal requests. You make them incredible, you make them, such activities make their dignity as protocol officers and immigration officers a bit wanting. A very, very important question, how do we implement the outcome of bilateral meetings? I think Parliament can extend its role by engaging through the Parliamentary Committee to set a time frame within the year in which to review and monitor the performance and implementation of MOUs agreements signed. This is one of the issues that I was thinking about, Parliament monitoring and evaluating the return to public investment for our diplomacy. It is within your mandate to do so. In the previous dispensation where we had the members of parliament being cabinet secretaries, it was very easy for that to take place. There was that straightforward process, but I think that opportunity for the committee to interact with the ministry, with the Foreign Service on implementation will be very good. Honorable Wangari also asked a very important question, where do you draw the line? 3 advices on how to engage the diplomatic corps. Number 1, always seek to confirm an appointment within the framework of your understanding of the subject. Do not, if you are not a member of a committee on foreign relations, do not engage on issues of foreign relations. If you must, then get a brief. The briefs from Foreign Affairs, a request from the clerk, even a WhatsApp message can help you get a quick brief on the key issue. So, number 1, refrain from discussing these issues which you are not a committee member. Number 2, avoid discussion on facts and statistics. Because when you get it wrong, you get it wrong. And finally, guide the conversation of policies of the countries that you know. If the ambassador wants to discuss about peace and security in Ethiopia and how Kenya feels about it, that is definitely out of your purview as a legislator. So you know. And they will, once you really engage them positively, they will respect you, but also they'll make use of you where you are good at. Where you go wrong is when you decide to be an expert of something that you are not. It is also important, if your ambassador seeks to reach out to you, get to understand through your PA what is the agenda, what is the subject. And you have friends and colleagues in the Parliamentary Committee on Foreign Relations. Give one of them a call. Say, what is the status of this matter? Now, on the issue of vetting process, I thank you, Honorable Member, for underscoring the constitutional role of Parliament to vet ambassadors. I have been there before. We also thank you for your good comments about the reception given to the President and Cabinet Secretaries and Principal Secretaries. And I regret that you have had an experience where you have not been received well. The Honorable Lady members behind you are some of the ones who have visited me, including in Algeria, and I thank you, they can tell you how I received them. But I believe that what I said, the proper coordination with the executive and the timeliness of your visits is very critical in ensuring that you get due attention from the High Commissioner and Ambassador. I am very proud to say that the Kenya Foreign Service is highly professional, and I'll find it, even me, offensive if the mission has not facilitated and received you when you visited. And I can only say I'm sorry if you are going through that. it is good that we strengthen the cooperation between the clerks of the committees so that we avoid this. On the issue of export, is a very big debate under Kenya's commercial diplomacy pillar, and I can only say I agree with you. The competition that we receive from abroad is what informs the Kenya's quest to be a highly competitive global economy, and I believe that the future is bright for our country, and that good future begins with addressing some of the issues that you're saying. There is nothing we can do about the effectiveness of Emirates to give cheaper tickets, even if it is through transit, rather than the Kenya Airways direct flight to the United States of America. I think the honorable member, you can take yourself as an ambassador of Kenya Airways and push for the addressing of the problems that are facing our national airline. Thank you.
Very well. Next to weigh in on this topic, I want to invite on Sylvia Lucas.
Thank you very much, Facilitator. Now, there was not specifically any question for us, but there was an observation that I made with regards to the issue on gender disaggregated data and the importance thereof. So the honorable member said we need to bring back the issue of gender data reporting. We've been having a challenge with departments in the fact that they could never give you gender disaggregated data with regards to just to determine what impact their services had on, for instance, women and the girl child and children in general. But through our process, we have seen an improvement in that, because they took 3 departments, Finance and Fiscal Commission and others, stakeholders took 3 departments, there is social development, education, and health. And they look into how the services of these 3 departments, particularly because it's basic service for people, how it have been impacting on the life of particularly women, children, and particularly the girl child. So I think it is a very important point that he's making, that if in reporting to the committees, the departments report, you should be able to request them to break down the data in terms of making sure that it is inclusive, and even the plans that they are making. I just on issue of gender, on sensitizing parliaments on gender, the CWP says a gender-sensitive parliament is one in which there are no barriers, substantive or structural or cultural, to women's full participation and to equality between its members and its staff, male and female. It is not only a place where women can work, but it's also a place where women want to work and contribute. I just thought the CPA have sent me here, let me promote what CWP is saying about the issues around women. Thank you.
Thank you very much for being precise. A round of applause. And finally, let me welcome the presenter, Hon. Kevin Andrews.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The first question was one which was directed to me, and that was about adequate preparation for travelling overseas and playing a part as a parliamentary diplomat, so to speak. And whilst I defer to the ambassador in terms of what is particularly appropriate here in Kenya, can I simply indicate my practice when I was a Member of Parliament travelling overseas, and I did a number of things. First, I sought from our parliamentary library a country briefing in relation to the country I was going to. I'm not sure how your parliamentary library works, but as a Member of Parliament in Australia, you're simply able to ask the parliamentary library to give you a briefing about the various issues relating to the country concerned and things like trading relationships between the countries, you know, our exports, imports, etc., etc. So you had a factual basis upon which to make discussions. Secondly, I usually sought a briefing from the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. That was important because that would fill out in more detail what you obtained in the briefing from the Parliamentary Library, but it was also important in terms of highlighting any sensitivities there may be between, in my case, Australia and the country which I was visiting. Often there are sensitivities which are known to the Department of Foreign Affairs and Trade. They're not necessarily known to every member of Parliament, but if you are going to a foreign country, then it's important to be aware of what those sensitivities are, and that can mean things which you don't discuss, or it might mean things that are raised by people in that country. You're aware of what the sensitivity is, either from your own country's perspective, from Kenya's perspective, or even from the country which you are visiting. Sometimes I also spoke to the ambassador or high commissioner of the country to which I was visiting, particularly if I had a friendly relationship with that person. That was important. And then finally, it was always my practice to let the Australian embassy or high commission in the country I was visiting know that I was visiting the country. Sometimes they facilitated a meeting when I arrived there, particularly if they thought there were some sensitivities which I should be aware of, and that was important from my perspective as well. There was one other aspect of this which I think is important in terms of speaking with the Department of Foreign Affairs, and that goes to increasingly security concerns in certain countries. There were some countries in the world which I would, and indeed some embassies in Canberra, which I would not take my mobile phone, for example. I won't name those embassies or countries. You may be able to guess that for yourself. There's a country or countries in the world, if I was going to go, that I would take a burner mobile phone, which I obtained from the Department of Foreign Affairs or from the Parliament, and which I gave back to the Department of Foreign Affairs or the Parliament when I returned from that country, to ensure that there wasn't anything that infected my mobile phone and therefore was a source of information for the country or countries in question. And I think that's a good practice in this world in which we live today to actually follow. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Another round of applause for Kevin Andrews. Thank you very much. I think that brings us to the end of that particular session and topic. And for Ambassador Moi, please take seriously what was raised to you by the Honourable Member for Nyando, how the members of Parliament are treated whenever they go outside by their own councils. And honourable members, please now turn. I'll allow our two resource persons. They may leave at their own pleasure because they'll be joining the Senate, which is also meeting at the Serena. But now turn to your programs and to page 7. On page 7, what is it, Hon. Elachi? No, that session is ended. Thank you. You can have a one-on-one interaction with them during the lunch hour. Thank you. So let's progress. A ruling has been made by the chair, please. So let's turn to page 7. And on page 7, we shall go back to topic number 11 because of time. Honorable Elachi, your indulgence, please. And here we shall invite the presenter, Martin Masai. Where are they? They are here. Please bring them over. Then I come out. Martin Masai, is he in the house? You are here. Very well, Martin Masai is already here. And David Omoyo is in the house. Please, welcome. And thank you, honorable members. I will take a short break and invite Ma'am Honorable Nyamai to proceed with this session. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable Omboko. Honorable members, on stage we have our two very good presenters as they have been introduced by the chair. And I would like honorable members to give the first opportunity to Mr. Martin Masai, Trustee and Chair, Ethics Committee, Kenya Editors Guild. You are most welcome.
Thank you. Madam Session Chair, who happens to be my old friend, Dr. Nyamai, the CEO of the Media Council of Kenya, Bwana Omoyo, honorable members of Parliament. As you've heard, my name is Martin Masai. I am a trustee of the Kenya Editors Guild, currently serving as the chair of the Media and Ethics Committee, of the Media Freedom and Ethics Committee of the Guild. Luckily, my brief today is not to speak about ethics and media freedom. I have been tasked to be here to represent the President of Kenya Editors Guild and engage with you on the effective media engagement, what media can do to give parliamentarians a voice. But just before I do that, I want to briefly highlight who Kenya Editors Guild is. It is the foremost professional association of editors in the Republic of Kenya, whose mission is to promote media professionalism and credibility. KEG is guided by three main objectives: promotion of freedom and editorial independence, promotion of quality and ethical journalism, and experience sharing. It's necessary that you understand what makes up KEG. Editors get to the Guild. There's a rigorous nomination process, and the leadership of the Guild is determined through an election process. We all go through an election process. Much as I can see, this engagement is a post-election event. For the editors, it's going to come in April because you're going to have our annual general election in end of March. Kenya Editors Guild has representation from right across the media, from the newspapers, from TV, from radio, and from the digital sphere. It has been said here very ably that media is growing, and it is reflected in the leadership of the Guild. For instance, how I get there myself is that I'm a radio person. Ordinarily, I serve as editorial director of a vernacular radio station called 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧 FM, which shows you that Kenya Editors Guild is inclusive in engaging people in the media sector to speak with one voice, in a sense. Let me say here that Kenya Editors Guild is also at the forefront in engaging citizens in conversations beyond our core areas. We get out there trying to get citizens to understand what media is doing. Every month, Kenya Editors Guild engages in town hall meetings. Town hall meetings. The month of January, we went to Lodwar. In the coming month, we'll go to another place. And it's an opportunity that is open to all, including parliamentarians, leaders at the local level, MCRs, members of parliament. Kenya Editors Guild is open to partnerships so that you can ride onto these forums to be able to have conversations with citizens. How I wish I could get a little support here. I'm not able to move my presentation either forwards or backwards. But I guess we can, yeah, I can see this, and I'm not able to move it either forwards or backwards.
I hope he can be assisted,
There
honorable members. We can give it 2 minutes.
Guess it's stuck. There are strategic pillars that guide us.
Would you like to take 2 minutes so that they can assist you first? Okay.
Yeah, these are some of the challenges of technology. And there are no shortcuts to technology. When it fails, then you probably stop there.
Now, we have a very good team. They are going to sort it out now.
Yeah, which I appreciate, Madam Chair. We're there?
Oh, I promised you that they'll be able to do it in a minute, so now it is up and running. You may proceed.
Yeah, maybe they could still keep it there. I'll be prompting them to move to the next. I have a framework of working here on my own. We have 4 strategic pillars at the Guild: policy, research and advocacy. There is a community engagement, which I've mentioned. The next gen initiatives, training of young and upcoming journalists, and membership development. K is also involved. Thank you. Very well. Thank you. Thank you. Is also involved in a refugee project on the realization of the actualization of the Refugee Act that has been passed by your predecessor House. These pillars provide an opportunity where parliamentarians can join and blend with the conversations that take place. The task here that I've been given is discussing the road towards building an effective engagement with media. Let me say, honorable members, that media is so simple, it's a bridge. And we would want to look at this as a bridge to peace, bridge to prosperity, bridge to an engagement, a bridge to development of our nation, rather than a bridge to destruction. It's a conduit where messages get to audiences that are intended to. Media interrogates these messages media does this in commentaries, analysis, just to sharpen them or break them down for ease of understanding. Besides the traditional roles of media of education, information, and entertainment, media also lobbies citizens, and if need be, call them into action. The best case in point here being the engagement that we had with the COVID-19 pandemic, where media, at no cost, media houses use their own resources to mobilize citizens to abide by the rules so that we lessen the effects of COVID. And I'm saying this so that it doesn't appear like media is limiting in terms of cost. Of course, engaging media isn't a cheap thing. I must admit this. Let me say here that one of the ways that we feel as media houses we can engage with Parliament. That's Parliament for one reason or another. They shut the press gallery so that media practitioners would cover the House without seeing what is going on. It's just like the feed that we are getting here on YouTube and asking a reporter in the newsroom to cover this session. Yet that person can't quite see here. What reporters see is really important in the engagement of giving an objective account of the events taking place there. So, for one reason or other, Parliament was closed. Reporters couldn't see what is happening in the chamber. And so they do this coverage out there in Abanda, the media center. Even as we appreciate the presence of the media center, how we wish it could also be well equipped with sound booths, adequate internet. If we could also have computers there, so that the people who engage in covering the House feel involved in these conversations. My days in Parliament, I would see from the gallery what's going on. I know things have changed. You have so many media houses who can't quite fit in that gallery, but arrangements can always come up, can also always be made to be able to do this. How do we cover this House? We are proposing as media that we have some access, I don't want to call it unfettered access, to parliamentary documents that require public engagement. Let us understand issues coming up and help shape up debates. Let's understand the motions coming up, petitions, policy proposals, the bills, the questions lined up. And let me also say with due respect that organizations that shun media at the inception of important conversations, they find it more difficult to get media support when they try to get media at the tail end of those campaigns. Because Parliament really doesn't own an effective media outlet. And I'm saying this with tremendous respect to the august House. It is better placed then when it cooperates and rides on media outlets that are available and willing to get engaged. Many occasions we have time on radios, on newspapers, quite a lot of time. We need to understand the parliamentary calendar. I listened here, someone's contribution that people, the citizens of this country, want to know how Parliament works. When does it do what, and how does it do it? Who does it? And the more the people of the Republic know how this happens, it makes your work easier. And media is willing. They keep on engaging. And they will keep on engaging to have this conversation going forward. So I'm saying that when we understand Parliament, we are better placed to tell the story, to help you tell the story. The House can use immeasurable media spaces. We have columns in newspapers, airtime on TV, both radio and TV, to make citizens understand what Parliament is doing. And if this can be done on timely basis, it's even the better. I wish parliamentarians also engaged in TV, radio, to explain that there is this workshop here so that people understand. Greater openness brings up greater engagement. As we have a lot of ways of engaging with media. I've indicated, I've just spoken about the timely updates. We need to establish dependable communication channels, understanding media hierarchies, so that the House knows where to go, when, and for which purpose. We have over 30 media associations in Kenya that are formed, coalescing on major themes that Parliament has committees addressing. The Media Council of Kenya, and I'm happy our brother regulator is here, has a register of all these associations. I've indicated one of those associations is ourselves, the Kenya Editors Guild. We also have associations like the Kenya Media Working Sector Group. It's a media organization. Kenya Media Working Sector Group brings together, if you want, all media organizations together in a session. Kenya Media Working Sector Group will do it. But if Parliament wants to engage with political writers, there is an association for that. If this House wants to engage with parliamentary reporters, there is an association for that. If this Parliament wants to speak to science writers, they are there. Even education writers, there are such associations that have been registered and duly recognized in our processes by the Media Council of Kenya. So, and there are many, I've said there are 30. They coalesce around themes that many parliamentary committees are formed around. Let me say that it is necessary in this that we also affirm the place of media in the democratic space. I want to say this with great humility, that we must accept that the media, much as it helps, it can also annoy. And in many cases, we spend so much time about the annoyance that media creates. And that is how media is formed to do. It is the fourth estate after the executive, the legislature, the judiciary. It is the fourth estate. We will do a lot of things together. But as we analyze what has been said, as we break it down, there will be some good level of annoyance to the other arms of government. And I think, let me make a humble proposal that you accept us as we are. It's the nature of this situation. Of course, we can make it better by creating a better understanding among ourselves. So, honorable members, media must be let to do its work. Let's accept, that's it. That's why framers of our constitution and the people of Kenya chose protection and promotion of media. In Article 33, Article 34, and Article 35, they have ring-fenced freedoms of expression, media, and access to information, such that when we ask to get some documentation or even access Parliament, we want to access Parliament so that we can have information, which is a guarantee. There are laws that have been passed by the people of Kenya and other acts of Parliament that have been passed by yourselves. So we also recognize that this brings tremendous responsibility on the media to be able to do our work, to enjoy these freedoms, even as we respect the people of Kenya who have granted us this ring fencing. We don't do this alone. Even as the Guild tries to raise professional standards to honor these constitutional guarantees, our regulator is working with us constantly to guide us where we fail, because media is formed by human beings. Let me indicate here a great opportunity which has been mentioned here. I've heard that things have changed. It's not just that media that used to be known. Siku zile, mnajua KBC, mnajua Nation, Royal Media. Things have changed. We have great opportunities presented by WhatsApp, Pinterest, TikTok, it was mentioned here, Instagram, LinkedIn, Messenger, Telegram, and those things, those platforms, Facebook, Twitter, those platforms are in your pockets. You work with them all the time. You interact here. And let me just guide you a little, because I've been around for a long time. In a short while, I'll be 40 years in the media. And I have seen how how Parliament has evolved, that there is you have a way now of having your parliamentary office. Please use this office, equip it with people who also understand how media works. It makes it easy for you. In fact, I would really want to see a situation where we have we have websites even for your constituencies. A way where you can interact with your audiences in the constituencies on our website. WhatsApp groups that you can engage on debates on issues in your constituency. Why am I encouraging you on this, even when I have a radio platform? It is because it is in social media where conversations are being aggregated and picked by big media houses for discussion. Now we can no longer assume the social media. And it looks like as time goes on, it's going to continue. So even as you do what you're doing in the social media spaces, let me urge you also to make a consideration I've had here. I've had this mentioned here about the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit. Let me also share one thing that you may not know about a Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, because there is this argument that media can always see what is going on in the House. It's good. We see what is going on. Even what I'm saying here is being seen somewhere else. But Parliament is a theater of content which we are looking for. daily. And that content will assist what we are being shown. But there is another aspect of issues that take place in the House. Let me just isolate this and don't take it personal. If I'm the current speaker and I'm making an important delivery, and someone else wants to disrupt this delivery and comes to slap Honorable Mishimboko, that camera will not show that she's being slapped. But these proceedings get disrupted because of what has happened off camera. And the job of the media person deployed here is to be able to capture that. Editors will want to send away that person. Tasema wewe hukuwa kule, hiyo ikifanyika. And media houses, you miss a story, sometimes it's a story of your life. You leave the newsroom. Hence why we want to be able to see this thing. So Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit is good enough, but it is not sufficient. But I want to urge you, members of Parliament, besides the Parliamentary Broadcasting Unit, please pay attention to the national broadcaster. In my presentation here, I'm calling it a tower. Please fund the national broadcaster, KBC. KBC is suffering. And I think if you pay attention to it, it is not just the radio you hear, it's not just the television you see. It has many radio stations in your territories speaking in local languages. There are how many stations? I don't know, there are 13? 21 stations where you can engage in conversations. And they are all based in Nairobi. Unlike the other radio stations, privately owned, that could be within your constituencies. You could come to Nairobi, speak in your vernacular, and get back to house and engage with business. So KBC requires you. I am not an advocate of KBC, but because KBC editors also are members of the guild, and we feel their cry when we see that the state hasn't given them the support that they need. Besides that, we also have the national media that you can engage with. We have radio, we have county-based media, regional media stations. Conversations have gone regional. Radios that spend much time waiting, looking for content. The vernacular stations suffer. Yet, when a member of parliament comes to a radio station, he has so much about the constituency, so much about the national agenda that can be shared. Ladies and gentlemen, please make use of these forums because they're waiting for you. In conclusion, if I may, I have a quote there that the quality of democracy and the quality of journalism are deeply intertwined. This is a quote from 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧. He was he was a White House spokesman during the tenure of President Lyndon Johnson. Our fate is intertwined at some point. Tupende, tusipende. Wacha nitumie maneno yaliyotumika Mombasa zamani. Let me also add that the art of communication is a language of leadership that you ought to arm yourselves with, and I know you are the best communicators. We are presenting these platforms for this engagement. Media is fundamental to political life, and as such, collaboration between media and parliament, including county assemblies, is inevitable. I am not so sure about what the National Assembly, what Parliament can do about the state of affairs in county assemblies. It is dire. in terms of media engagement. And I don't know how you can think about this. And just to finish it off, I want to say that to ensure that citizens are informed, we need also to manage misinformation and disinformation. Media and parliamentarians need to work together for the realization of democratic ideals, rights, and freedoms in Kenya. Madam Session Chair, I beg to move. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's appreciate Mr. Martin Masai. Thank you very much. We will have a chance to interact with the honorable members after the presentation by Mr. David. Honorable members, I would like to introduce Mr. David Omoyo, who was born 40 years ago and is serving his second and final 5-year term as the Chief Executive Officer of the Media Council of Kenya. He's a journalist, writer, editor, and team leader up to CEO level in a career spanning the religious sector, education, institution, and public sector leadership. He was a 2021 Nation Media Group 40 Under 40 winner. David has a bachelor's degree in journalism and master's degree in mass communication from the University of Leicester and a master's degree in contemporary diplomacy from the Royal University of Malta in 2022. In addition, David is an alumni of the London School of Economics, where he studied public policy analysis, the Diplo Foundation, Malta, where he graduated with an advanced diploma in internet governance, and the University of Cape Town, where he studied compliance, management, public administration, and governance. I would like to end there, because I know that you have this document. Can we appreciate him as he walks to stage? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair and honorable members. Before I go into the effective media management and giving parliamentarians a voice, I know the biggest challenge sometimes is when parliamentarians don't want a voice, and it happens, and you know. Maybe to let you know that the Media Council of Kenya is established by an Act of Parliament, MCK Act 2013, and specifically that the life of the institution was really given by the previous parliament. My current chair, KJ here, the leader of majority now was leader of business and all that. I think in 5 years we managed to grow the institution from 15 staff to more than 100 now and 5 regional offices. The context was, I will spend a bit of time there so that you understand, because I know the chair will be bringing a few bills and motions before you, that over a period of 10 years, Kenya's media sector had grown from 9 television stations to more than 190, and from 30 newspapers to more than 200. Currently, we have almost 190 TV stations, but then from the internationals also, we have 267 TVs in this country. And the radios alternate anything between 180 up to 300, because from the last election, up to 21 radio stations have been wound up or shut down because of the economic situation. You understand that there is massive layoffs in the media, and mostly that the consumption trends of Kenyans have shifted. Less than 21% Kenyans read newspaper now. People have shifted, and when you look at the consumption patterns, the number of people on Facebook is equivalent to that of people who use WhatsApp, and TV and radio come almost the same at 75%. Consider newspaper now is down at 21%. That calls to, I know, a matter that the committee will need to share, that government spend on media, the GAA budget is 98% newspaper. So we have 21% Kenyans reading newspaper, but 98% of the Kenyan budget goes to newspaper. It's a matter that will come for legislative advice and all that. I have only 3 slides, so I will not spend too much time there. But I know all of you know that we want to discuss media when you, as an MP in the constituency, wants coverage. And then there is media when the National Assembly in its sitting wants coverage also. And I think that we have seen a lot of investment in getting media to do public awareness, engaging in motions and all that. I will urge that at the National Assembly level, if we could get a weekly or daily parliamentary dispatch. Those who are old like Mark Masai will remember tulikuwa na leo katika bunge in KBC 10:45 p.m. some days, and it will wind up. It will give a climb down of what happened in Parliament that day. So if we could get such a dispatch, because despite the fact that we have very many media houses, there isn't much content. There is a lot of patanisha for those who listen, and a little sex talk, which is almost too much, and betting. I know that that still goes back to my chair ICT, Bwana KJ, a bill on betting. There is too much betting on our media houses. It's almost a livelihood, and in some parts, watu wanafuliza to bet. So we have people who borrow 1,000 shillings so that they can bet, and then they pray and fast so that they can win and be able to meet the leagues. Those are the realities we're dealing with. So I urge that, number one, as you do that apart from the normal engagement, mostly as an MP, because the House will succeed if the individual MP succeeds. And I know what happens on the floor of the House. We have the intention that the people down at home can watch and understand. Establish a clear and consistent communication strategy. Unaandika kwa gazeti kidogo. You could have some people managing your social media, Facebook and WhatsApp, because I came to realize siku hizi wabunge hawaogopi journalist Nairobi sana sana. Wanaogopa WhatsApp group administrator wa constituency. They post something there, and the bloggers or the Facebook group. So nobody's bothered about the papers. Hata papers zingine, lakini blogger akiweka ni shida. So you need to get consistent managers. Na tafadhali muwache but I've not seen that much in Parliament. A few times when a journalist writes a bad thing, anatumia watu wanampiga ngoto. So not much. I've seen that people, what they do is hire another person to discredit them. Tumekubali iliisha. At least have a consistent communication strategy. Focus on local media and focus on national media. Ukuwa Nairobi, we make sure that you get coverage, but also local media. Let's have people managing your needs there. Build a strong relationship. It may seem like crazy, but try to have ad hoc conversations with journalists and opinion shapers. Very good real-life stories come out of non-news events. Then people realize that there is more to the MP that we know. He was either a teacher, or he was a farmer, or he runs a quail farm. Do you still do quail farming? I mean, those real life, because then they humanize the MP, not just the person who goes to Nairobi and all that. And use digital and social media, I said. If you are not on social media, tukujui sana. By the time the paper comes out tomorrow, everybody knows what is happening here. So utilize that. Ukisema kwamba wewe ni mtu ya zamani kidogo, kuna vijana siku hizi who can do that. And most important is that now even mainstream media relies on social media for leads. So have a strong communication team there. Encourage public participation. Let people speak, even if you don't agree with them. Na hata kama unaona watakusumbua, acha tu waongee. I said about from Parliament, those are clear updates and reports. Make sure that especially the parliamentary side, let's have a news summary later in the evening when people go back about what happened in Parliament. And ask that the media specifically dedicate time to do that. I want to finally say that we will be needing a few progressive laws. The laws of Kenya, all of them talk about put a notice in at least 2 newspapers of national circulation. We just agreed that less than 20% of Kenyans read newspapers. That means that 80% of Kenyans do not. Only the Public Procurement Act of 2022 has made a window for local media and social media. Chair, tafadhali hiyo sheria ili so that we can have public information elsewhere. Yes, others is about repealing some acts. And as we said, KBC, Kituo cha Baba na Mama, is also in dire need and to move. And finally, we may need to reflect about the sustainability of media houses. I know sometimes politicians, and it's good to be a politician, open media houses around the campaigns. Lakini kwa nini campaign ikiisha mnawacha kulipa watu? wanalia sana. So if you open a media house, please, and you recruit people, make sure they are, because otherwise then they become extortionists. You saw we were forced as the Media Council last week to cancel all accreditation cards because of extortionists who come around. Because you guys recruited these guys and employed them in your radio stations, after elections, mumekata kulipa hawa, and they have families to feed. Please try to, the media houses that you run, yes? The contract ended. It was an election contract. Lakini radio umezima, ama TV umezima. You know, those remains. Anyway, it's about, we also appreciate there is almost an over proliferation, but that trying to manage so that that works. Because also we are in a situation where, as Martin Masai will tell us, a lot of his colleagues have been fired. There have been massive, massive layoffs. I think we are facing at a second round of layoffs, I think beginning this month. Media houses, most leading media houses have not paid staff for up to 6 months. And by leading, I mean we're talking about either the Standard Group, Radio Africa Group, the real existing media houses. So that will explain a bit of the extortionism you see and all that. And also now that people have learned to consume news on their own, so there are less and less advertisers. And the digital, Chairman again, Google has taken away all digital money out of the country. So our local advertisers who go on YouTube and all that and content creators don't get the money because the money goes away to the US and all that. So that would be laws. I know Germany did a very good thing. They insisted that all money paid to advertising agencies out of the country, a portion of it remains. Because when you post everything on Facebook, YouTube, the views and all that, someone pays the money, but the money goes to the US. Madam Chair, mtu akiwa chair anaweza ambia honorable member wanyamaze aongee. Because nimeona kuna session nyingine.
There are some unwritten rules that they can consult.
Yes.
It has not gotten to a level that attracts the attention of the chair. Yeah. So you may proceed.
When I grow up, I want to be an honorable member so that I can be defended. I knew that I wouldn't succeed this way. So I wanted to conclude that as we come back, Parliament will be, and they can able to push back a lot, these big tech companies. We need to get a bit of the advertising money back in our country. A lot of it goes out, and media houses are unable to sustain themselves. So please create jobs, employ people. At a social WhatsApp group administrator wako mlipe pesa kidogo na Facebook, and also treat journalists as peddlers of information and as influence shapers like yourself so that we can have really media and a parliament that is accountable to the public. Asanteni sana.
Much, honorable members, those are wonderful presentations from our two, and I would like to thank our leadership for identifying people who are able to engage parliamentarians. Can we give applause to our House leadership, majority, minority, clerk, speaker, wonderful job, commission. So now I can see so many hands up, and I'm going now to go leadership way. I'll give the first opportunity to the majority leader, to the minority, the Commissioner Honorable Mishi. I will go to Bishop. Those four honorable members, help me too. Then I'll go to the back. We start with those four, in the order that I mentioned.
Thank you, Chair. And my commendation to Omoyo and Masai for the good presentations. And mine goes to Omoyo Media Council. I'm certain you were in this country last year during the elections period. And I do know there are various complaints that were lodged before the Media Council, especially against particular media houses, more specifically Kameme FM and certain stations, vernacular stations of Royal Media Services. I can hear someone shouting one of them. Inoro FM. And I am sure Honorable Jane is shouting Inoro because she shares the same vernacular that I do. And they were outrightly inciting Kenyans and complaints were filed with the Media Council, and that I'm aware. But you seem to be impotent, completely impotent on what you can do to media stations. I don't mean Mr. Mwewe, I mean the Media Council. The Media Council seems to be impotent. Do you have powers? Or is there anything the National Assembly can help you in terms of legislation to ensure you get teeth to bite, so that we don't have media stations and particular journalists? And in fact, if you go to the media stations, it is not the station itself. It is particular journalists who are inciting ethnic hatred, profiling ethnicity, people along their ethnicities, on air, and saying unpalatable things, things that even you, if you could listen to the Kikuyu language, or if you understood it, you would not want to hear being said of other Kenyans. Therefore, my simple question is the Media Council that impotent, or is there any more teeth that we can add to you so that you have teeth to bite? Secondly, is on the accreditation. How do we know who is an accredited journalist, who is not a journalist? Even out here, if you walk out here, you'll be confronted by 200 people who are claiming to be journalists. Some with their phones, holding their phones, their microphone. Others with pens. How do we know who is an accredited journalist? Because again, you don't seem to be enforcing the issues of probably an accreditation badge that would have a serial number, like a police service number or something, that would tell an ordinary Kenyan or a member of parliament, this is an accredited journalist that I can deal with.
Bombui. Thank you, Chair, and thank you to the presenters, and thank you for the opportunity. Now, I would not want to use tough words that the majority leader has used. When you use the word impotent and there's a man in the room, gets a little scary. But I have also some questions similar to his. I'll say that sometimes I begin to feel that maybe the media is comfortable selling news at the expense of people, particularly members of parliament. I'll give you two examples. One, during my first term as a member of parliament, that was the 11th parliament, there was a newspaper report that indicated members who had not spoken in the House. Now, despite the Hansard report and Mzalendo that showed I had spoken continuously because I don't fear to speak in public, the newspaper report had a number of members and my name was one of them. When I confronted the reporter, they told me, you know, if you read what we have said, we said you are not regular common in the House. So they tried to switch it from the fact that they had said I don't speak to that I am not seen there. So I was wondering, is it because maybe I don't take a cup of tea every day in the cafeteria? But the report had already gone out and people were already bashing me. Now, I want to point out what happened here last week. Last week on Monday and on Tuesday, we, as members of parliament, were a bit concerned because our seminar coincided with the opening of schools. And unfortunately, there was a little bit of a delay in the release of NGCDF funds. Part of which is a grant that we give our children for bursary. So we agitated a little bit and said, look, it's difficult for us to work when we do not have money and our children are at home. Now, is it a coincidence that two newspapers in this country had a headline talking about the misuse of bursary by members of parliament to the tune of 1.2 billion, when we all know that members of parliament are supposed to give this bursary as grants, and then it is up to the parents when they get the receipts from schools to send to the CDF offices. And that was put in headline in two papers. Who paid for those headlines? And what are you going to do about it? Because the reputation of members is at stake when we are fighting for the people who brought us to this house. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The Honorable Mishimboko. And then we'll go to the Honorable Bishop.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Chair, I want to appreciate the two presenters. And I also want to agree that it's high time that we have to return back the program leo katika bunge. And I also want to agree that we really need to fund KBC. My question is on the accountability in terms of defamation. We have seen in so many circumstances that some media personnel from mainstream media, sometimes they use their own private bloggers and they can put some information which can tarnish or rather defame the image of some members of parliament or even institution. And sometimes it becomes very difficult to account them because you don't know who the real person is. They just use other bloggers and our freelancers. That is what I can say. So as Media Council, as Media Guild, what measures are you putting to ensure that we are safe from that? And another issue is that, how do you sieve information? Those which you think that they can bring some incitement, those which are dangerous, those which they have a lot of negativity. How do you say, because sometimes we just ask ourselves, you just get some information through a media channel and it's a mainstream. And this information can really cause a lot of conflicts, maybe among warring communities or within our society. And yet it's just been covered just like that. And then you ask whether the Media Council is there, the Media Guild, or what are you doing on that perspective? And so many other information goes to this other platform like the corridor of powers. Somebody wants to talk about what Mheshimiwa 𝗘𝗠𝗦𝗧 said, which maybe it is just a personal thing. Then he that doesn't want to put his name. Then he goes to sijui in the corridor of powers, Honorable 𝗘𝗠𝗦𝗧, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3. So, you know, sometimes even we don't understand how are we going to hold them accountable. Sindio? So I think there is a lot also you need to do to ensure that the image of the members of parliament or the image of the leaders, the image of our institutions, they're really protected. I thank you.
Thank you very much. The last one, honorable members in this will be the Honorable Bishop. Then we'll do another round.
Madam,
honorable members, the plan is that we finish before 2 o'clock so that you can have 1 hour for lunch. You come back for the last presentation. So please bear with us. Bishop.
Madam Chair, I have one observation from the presentation of the two gentlemen, Masai and the CEO. And I'm asking just a rhetoric question. That what is, I listen to you and you talk about the obvious, why you are there, what you can do and what you can support. But because media shapes the opinion of society and media advances the interest over people, and now you are addressing the members of parliament because in our interaction with you, we are interacting at the point in which society is influenced. What is your policy? And now I'm talking to the chairman. What is your policy on telling our story as an African journalist representing the African view on the world view? Because when I listen, like for example, the presenters this morning, when the Secretary General speaks from Commonwealth, he gives the perspective from the SDGs development goal, but they speak from the perspective of Europe. What is the perspective of Africa, and how are you really advancing it? For example, we are talking about Africa developing a philosophy of Ubuntu. I am you, you are you. Are we seeing the SDGs and the issues about development? Otherwise, we are seeing the media becoming more on gossips of the corridors of power, whispers around, more than the real issues. So that's my observation. What is your policy towards that? Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to kindly allow me to give a chance to the Honorable Wanyonyi. Honorable Wanyonyi, I just want to add Honorable Wanyonyi for a purpose. Please pass the mic to the Honorable Wanyonyi. We'll take one round. Yeah, I'll give you a chance in the next round.
Honorable Chair, I just want to draw the attention of the two presenters about the media center at Parliament. do you think it was a good idea for us to have a media-centered parliament, and yet parliament is still, there's still information coming out of there. They don't even sometimes sit and follow proceedings. What proceedings are going on is, and what comes out of the media is totally, you know, a disconnect. You think that they were reporting from somewhere else. So what I was just wondering, what is the benefit of Parliament having a media center housed in Parliament, and yet we don't get the benefit of it? Thank you.
Members, the first questions will be taken by Mr. David Omoya. At work, I would like to ask whether there is a way, because of the nature of members of Parliament that we have, parents, fathers, mothers, and we have a way that we conduct ourselves in Parliament. And we have realized that there seems to be a gap between the way Parliament conducts itself in terms of the way people dress, the way we conduct ourselves, and the big team of journalists that we have. Is there a way that we can have a conversation, or you can have a conversation with our leadership, so that, especially the young, so that they can up their game, especially on matters of the way they appear, because it is a big concern. I would like to be, I'm very cautious, honorable members, so that I'm not accused of accusing. Yes, so I hope you have understood.
Madam Chair, hiyo ni kali. Dress code ya journalist. Muko sure what my journalist? How? Because they could have come for other purposes, not to cover news. That is rather straightforward. I think we will communicate to the media houses, because even, for example, at State House, they have a simple, straightforward dress code. You are not allowed to come in unless you're dressed in a certain way. I think, Martin, ambia watu yako, but we will communicate about concern by Parliament about the dress code. Leader aliuliza swali kali about the complaints during elections. Actually, we got 2 complaints during elections. One went to the Complaints Commission. The other one I got was very funny, because one honorable member, sitamtaja, he came to my office at 7 a.m. Akaniambia, Inoro imekataa kunipatia show. Nipatie barua, nataka kwenda kwa Inoro show saa hii. He was in the office at 7 a.m. Alichaguliwa, like, you know, that's what we got mostly were complaints about balance and bias. And I think you remember we released our weekly reports that showed how they were covering the current president at 38% and someone at 62%. And we kept releasing that. The editors were not very happy, they thought we were exposing them. But we felt that as the work of the media, because at Wezi Wachapa, we needed to, if one of the leading candidates complains about media balance, we needed to provide that. The data is available and it's there for people to consume. Number 2, understanding that we regulate in a shared space. We deal with the conduct of individual journalists up to a level. Communication Authority has the frequencies. They have a bigger whip than us, because ours is the conduct of the individual journalist. And you may want to know that around the elections, we managed to get 6 journalists pulled off air. Not the big ones, you know, because also you have to monitor in vernacular and do through a process. We had 2 in Mombasa. They were pulled off air for 4 months. We had a radio show suspended on Milele FM for a month and all that. There's a lot of what we do. You have to understand that the press freedom journey really mirrors the democracy journey. A few years ago, to publish a newspaper, you need to take it to the AG's office by 11:30 p.m. You work with Muhuri certified before you print. Yes, you are here, MPs, you know that. So as people then move towards the democracy, the media wakaanza kuachiliwa. What we have really is a collapse of ethics. And what we have come also, and I've made the editors know, there is this lack of now the right to fair comment. One-sided stories, the other person is not given a chance to reply. That's what I will highlight. And second, I've seen a lack of capacity to report on subject matter expertise, matters finance, matters parliament, a bill and a motion and all that generalities. It's a matter of capacity that we hope to take up and really train them. Because of too many colleges offering journalism, very many young people are getting into the newsrooms on very critical dockets. I know each of you consume international news. You have watched Al Jazeera. The people who report from the White House are about 75 years old. The CNN White House correspondent, the CNN Vatican correspondent has been there for 30, 35 years. We have, because of the economic state, you send very young journalists for a tour of 6 months, you take them away and all that, so they don't get to own. And you notice that even the people in parliament, we ignore their addressing, but they are too young to understand parliamentary processes and all that. It's about capacity building and longevity at work, and the media houses are not able to sustain. The crisis in universities is the same crisis in media houses. It's just that media houses want to feature matatizo yao. It's very, very bad out there. The accreditation, yes, the new MCK accreditation card now has a barcode and a QR code. The new cards will have a barcode and a QR code. Problem we have is that institutions do their second layer accreditation and accredit people who do not have MCK accreditation. So you find that there was a former editor, there is a former editor Nation used to report from parliament. Sasa amekuwa retrenched kwa sababu ni rafiki ya watu wa clerk's office namna hii, hiyo kadi yake we don't revoke, wanaendelea. That is a crisis we have in the courts, it's a crisis we have in parliament and many hotels, especially people who left. So we have a bunch of people who are quacks, who have fake cards, which we are weeding out because they can't get the barcode and the QR code. But then we have old faces in the newsroom who have gone home and who we can't stop, so they are feeling there. So if public entities, especially where we have second layer accreditation, can rely exclusively on MCK cards. I know we have an agreement with the National Assembly, Parliament, to do that. Hata kama ni marafiki zetu, kama mtu ametoka newsroom, atoke tu. So that then we don't accredit our own sets of people. And then Parliament should stop giving those cards that have no name, that you're giving a media house a blank card so that they come with it. It must be exclusively people accredited per media house. We would like to note also that if one media house wants 4 people accredited, it's not that they will be sent all of them, the 4 of them. It's kwamba huyu wakiwa off duty, another person anakuja. That's principally the point. If it bleeds, it sells, Mheshimiwa. Sometimes the media will get a little, what can I say? They will publish figures that are not very accurate. It is wrong. They get excited about selling and all that. But you know, press freedom includes the freedom to be wrong, not to do wrong, but to be wrong from time to time. And if you operate in this public space, unfortunately, you will get hit quite a while. We have seen the president and ministers really complaining and all that. It's just at some threshold, then apologies are demanded and punishment given by the Complaints Commission. But mostly it's a correction, apology, and clarification. Ukuwa hapa, you need to have a fairly thick skin, unfortunately. They write a lot about me sometimes. I don't complain, but God deals with them. Yes, headlines attacking MPs and the bursary. Don't blame the newspapers alone. Even LSK, where most of you sit, went to court saying musipewe hii maneno. It's just a national debate. People take sides in national debates and all that. So the newspaper happens to be one with the loudest mouth, really. But you saw LSK, and many of you are members, took a debate that bursary should not be dispersed. I think it's about how you exert your power, and nimeona bunge wakipigania hiyo kitu. That one was real. Accountability, defamation, and mainstream media. You must isolate the cases really and deal with them. Otherwise, you blame. You know, journalists and balance are very funny. Around elections last year, when MCK said, if you intend to vie for the elections, you should resign 6 months from the newsroom, they said that we are a threat to press freedom. So hata kuna wakati hapendi ukweli. So I usually say, watu wa media, na lawyers kidogo, na wabunge kidogo, there is a time they protect their space, kali sana. But I think ideal is that we hold individual journalists accountable and media houses accountable, and that moves. We must allow that when people have freedom, they will make a mistake or two when it gets very personal, and many MPs have had their complaints, even they have had either stories retracted or newspapers fined. And I think that we can say that balances. Local content, Bishop. It's true that it's a discussion we need to have. I know the Communication Authority tries to impose that we must have 30% local content, but it's very cheap to buy movies off the internet, La Miguel de Lorenzo from Mexico and all that, and fairly expensive to shoot local productions. But I can say that the media is strong. We have a 30% local content quota. Maybe we stress it further and maybe try to, in other countries, they try to provide some money to support that. And if we basically push that the content comes from KBC, we will move. Al Jazeera, the most independent news channel, is a government-owned paper. BBC is a government paper. In Scandinavian countries, Sweden, it is the KBC of those countries that finances the other media houses to survive. So really it's a matter of discussion and putting that, because most of these people who open media houses are politicians and business people. Their commitment to press freedom and access to information is as far as it is a means to an end, not an absolute commitment. So many times we push them. That's why you'll notice someone has a bank and a media house and a hotel. Wakati wa COVID anakata mshahara ya journalist, lakini watu wa hoteli anawalipa na watu wa bank anawalipa. Yet COVID has hit all sectors because hoteli na bank inaleta pesa, media house haileti pesa sana. So there are all those realities that we deal with as we go. Mheshimiwa Mishimboko spoke about gutter press like the Nairobian. No, the Nairobian, they don't patch themselves as a newspaper. They patch themselves as a gossip column. It's like the Weekly Citizen, which, well, unfortunately, from time to time, they have the truth which major newspapers cannot write. Hawa ni wale wamejitolea, wapigwe mawe, so that you cannot get... Yes? And also, I noticed something. Waheshimiwa sana sana wananunuanga Nation, wanaweka Nairobian ndani ya Nation, wanasoma hivi. So I think all of us consume a bit of gossip from time to time, and it's a good break so that we survive with. Asante sana.
Thank you very much. Oh.
Kuvumilia. Kuvumilia. Kuvumilia.
Oh, okay. I think let's appreciate him for the responses.
Yeah, thank you.
Honorable members, you know your questions are not easy also.
I'll be very brief, but let me also update you on a very important news value, Mheshimiwa rafiki yangu Bwana Mbowe. This coincidence about MPs being here and bursaries story. One key news value is timing. The timeliness of an event. It is likely to have greater visibility when MPs are here. That timing. Maybe, and sometimes editors do these things. They run stories and keep them in a file, probably waiting for some particular timing. They see I have a big name, I'm about to die. They'll do my background. I can tell you all stories about Moi who are not written on the day he passed on. Those things are done and archived, waiting for the right moment. So do not be surprised about this. This is how media works. And so I'm going to urge you to understand how media works. As leaders, you are better placed to understand this than an ordinary citizen, because we hobnob, we engage. And I would rather, Madam Chair of this session, that we enhance media engagement with leaders so that we understand one another to minimize blame game and all this. What Mheshimiwa Chairperson of the ICT is indicating, trivia, you know, some of these things that are written, they are read. Why you hear media spending time in the morning, sex talk? Look at the data. People, so many people listen, as opposed to when you're speaking about agriculture. You know, and because as a radio, my radio wants numbers to attract Coca-Cola or Safaricom in advertising. So why would I engage on a prime hour on business that does not attract advertising, and I have no money to pay my staff? You know, there's also the bottom line. Finally, let me urge people, and through leaders, the Media Council as a Media Complaints Commission, please, whenever you are offended, the first port of call, the Media Complaints Commission. That way, we make use of that facility that we have created. By the way, in the Media Council of Kenya, the CEO didn't say, is an industry-driven organization. There's co-regulation here. It's not state towards media. No, we do it together. So for purposes of everyone, all interests, media, including leaders, you are the key newsmakers, we have complaints from business circles, rather than go to court. Not that we are looking down upon the court. The Media Complaints Commission is a place to go, and I believe they will do justice to all of us. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. We appreciate him. Honorable members, the timekeeper of this session is telling me we have about 15 minutes, and I would like to give a chance to the Honorable Ombaka, the Honorable Chair for ICT, the Honorable KJ, the Honorable Kemilu, the Honorable Jane Kihara, and the Honorable Member for, no, the one seated behind the Majority Leader. And the last one will be the member for Kisii. Those 6 honorable members, if your questions will not be responded to adequately, it is because of time. So please proceed. And you are there. So you have only 5 minutes. So when you stand, you spend 1 minute and kindly make comments. We will not have time for them to respond.
Okay.
I'm sure it's also a learning session.
Thank you, Chair, and the 2 presenters for a wonderful presentation. I'm not too sure who of the 2 presenters will answer it, but it's a general comment. My comment is the discrimination that we still see. I did not expect that the media up to now still discriminates in some kind of topics and who reports them. One, during campaign time, I called the nation to complain. They told me they would rectify. What was happening is that we were campaigning as a team, myself as the woman rep, then I had my governor as a man, and another MP, and so on. But what was common during our campaign and what was being reported was that my voice was never heard. I was never covered. Sometimes even a picture that was taken, my face was never there. Maybe a piece of my dress would be seen as a small part of the picture. But my voice, and sometimes what I was talking about was serious issues. But my colleagues who are campaigning together with me, their voices were always on top, and they formed the headline and so on. What is the training all about? I thought gender issues should also be factored in your training so that when you cover stories, you also cover the voice of women who are in the story. Thank you.
Yes, and make sure their faces are seen and they are not just a part of their dress. The Honorable Jane Kihara. Oh, the Honorable KJ, then Jane Kihara. In that order, sorry.
Thank you very much, Sessional Chair. I want to believe maybe you chose me because we are in our sector. Mine is just an observation. And this is, of course, to my former colleagues and practitioners in the industry. I think the role for traditional and mainstream media is going to be remain as the role for being the credible news people. Because out there, everyone has become a journalist. The bloggers are journalists, the influencers are journalists. Now, the problem has been, and the tragedy has been, that traditional media and mainstream media is actually trying to catch up with the slay queens and the influencers on social media in trending topics. Whereas you might just find a niche in just becoming the credible news source. You become the one-stop shop for credible media where everybody can come and cross-check whatever information is being relayed out there. If you packaged your correct news properly, you become the point of reference for people who want to check the credibility of a news that has broken. Otherwise, all I'm seeing now is media houses and newsrooms trying to ape exactly what the untrained people are doing out there on the social media and other platforms. Finally, a question was asked by Bwana Masai on what would be the future for KBC. Kindly utilize Bunge. Bunge has the law-making power. You can change KBC through the proposals that are being offered. For example, now there is a working task force on how we can reform KBC. That is where to put in your suggestions. Bunge can take up your suggestions, and they might include up to and changing the status of KBC. The KBC Act is a cake. If we changed it into a new law where KBC moves from being a state broadcaster to becoming a public broadcaster, then we can start walking towards the journey of cases that we were given here by other discussants who are telling us about CISPAN. CISPAN is able to make money out of the content they get out of the House, the Congress, and the content they get out of Senate, because by just transforming ourselves from being the broadcaster for the state and we become a public broadcaster, then we can carry anything else that is of public interest, including assemblies in counties. KBC owns Signet. KBC can dedicate 48 channels on Signet to carry the 48 assemblies, the assemblies in county and the National Assembly and Senate, and make money out of it, where counties can be paying every month. They can be paying, remitting media money every month that would work in supporting KBC. Finally, Honorable Chair, because I didn't request to speak in this session, I would like to donate this minute to a neighbor in Nairobi who had raised a hand. That is the Honorable Mwafrika. Yes.
Well,
I was asked to talk as a discussant. No. It wasn't mine.
Actually,
I was asked to talk as a discussant.
You'll get a chance another time. Can we have the Honorable Jane Kihara?
Okay.
Kindly, if I mentioned your name.
Yes.
Yes.
He can come after everyone in the round. I'm just requesting.
Thank you very much. Thank you for the presentation. My problem is corruption of the journalists, and if they are here, please forgive me, because it's not you. I know where I come from. Every time you have a presser or you need their services, if you don't have a budget for them, you are given a blackout. I don't know how you deal with that, how we are going to deal with it. Just like Honorable Mbui, my very first meeting when I was elected in the by-election, the very first meeting, the Standard reporter in Naivasha reported their MP heckled. I was like, hii kitu inakuanga nini? Where was I heckled? Because it was not there. Just because kuna mtu amempanga pale, I came to know ako pale na kamera yake na kuna mtu ako hapa, namwambia, yes, yes. Ananigonga bure kwa sababu amehongwa na somebody I defeated. Hii corruption ya hii watu, how can we deal with it?
Okay, the Honorable Kimilu and then member for Bomet.
Okay, thank you, Chair. Mine is I'll be very brief, and I want to say something on the...
Please make it a comment, 1 minute. 1 minute comment.
There's a lot of underpayment on these presenters, and that's why most of the time they are extracting money from business people, politicians. So I don't know what media house council you are doing on that. The other thing is that all these bloggers, all these houses, when they attack us, I reported to a media house. And what the response I got is that we are going to deal with it. But next time, if it happens, we'll deal with it. So it was, I feel demoralized because that is not a good response. So I think you need to act so that we can, because once you act, the next time it will not happen. Finally, I don't know what you are doing, because I saw this morning, I wake up and I saw a certain presenter who resigned from a certain media house attacking the house or in all the social medias. I don't know how you are doing on that to protect the images of these houses. Thank you.
Mheshimiwa, please pass the mic to her. Make it 1 minute comment, kindly.
Thank you, Mheshimiwa. Mine is a comment, as you have requested all of us to do that. I have observation, in a way, that I think for the longest, the media thinks that when they attack all the time, they get more clout and more views and more, attention. But I think they are also losing. It's so bad that nowadays, you don't care whether there is a nation, there is a citizen, or whoever is going to be there, because the name of the media is being eradicated very fast. The attrition of the interest of trying to work with the media is so bad that it is actually not me as a consumer, but now as an institution of media, guild or whatever, that you need to work so hard to redeem yourselves. Thank you.
Thank you. Member for Kisii, and the last one will be the member for Vihiga.
Thank you very much. As much as now all the discussion has been about the presenters, also the Media Council, you find that there are business people who want to come up with radio and TV stations. Your regulations are up tasks. It is, you're not friendly to them through your regulations. Check on it, because in the US, we have like a population of 300 million people, and they have over 15,000 radio stations. So when you say that in Kenya we are less 300, it is something that you have to look into. And on promoting KBC, first of all, as Kimilu said, please let them pay their staff well. They are underpaid.
Thank you. Honorable Dagla. And honorable members, I am under pressure to only give the Honorable Mafrika, and that will be the very last one.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, thank you, Chair. And I want to thank the Masai and the Omoyo for the good presentation. As I stand here, I think I want to ask the media to be considering mostly women. And when we go to the media stations, I think we should not be intimidated by some of the viewers who normally send very weird comments that make women shy from going to the radio stations or TV stations. I think women should be given proper care when we come to the media houses. You can say something and it is twisted. Like the social media will take it and twist it, look like you are doing something that was not good. I remember a case study where we were having a party press conference, and I had on high heels and the ground was a bit sticky. When I slipped, one of my shoe got inside, and as I was trying to struggle like this, the media made it look like I was like falling next to one of the area MP. That one really demoralized me, and I felt very bad. I said I'll not be going to media. Media, take care of women. Media, we love you. Media, women, give us our space.
Clearly you need an engagement with the members in a different way. The very last one, honorable members, is the member, Honorable Mwafrika.
Thank you,
Make
Session
it
Chair.
1 minute comment, please.
Just 1 minute is a long time for me, Session Chair. Straight to the question, which disciplinary action do you take to rogue media houses who fail to adhere to your code of conduct? Because in every game, there are rules of the game. Thank you.
Much honorable members, we have come to the end of this session, and we have taken about actually almost 8 minutes more. Now you break for lunch for 1 hour. We'll be back at 10 minutes past 3. Thank you so much for your patience, and thank you. Let's applaud our presenters as they leave. Thank you, and God bless you.
Thank you, honorable members. So let's begin this afternoon session. And we are going to deal with topic is the topic on protocol and etiquette. On your programs, just check page 6 up there. And on protocol and etiquette. These are the easy things that we imagine are, but sometimes can be very complex, etiquette and protocol. Now, our presenter is already in the house and is with us here. We have 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗔. I hope I've gotten the name right. 𝗘𝗟𝗧. 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧 is the Chief of Protocol, Republic of Kenya. Ms. 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧 is the current Chief of Protocol since November 2019. She has served in various directorates and missions from 1996 to present, rising from 3rd Secretary to current position. She is a holder of master's degree in International Studies from the University of Nairobi and also an alumni of the National Defense College, NDC. She speaks various languages, including Spanish, Arabic, and others. May I take this time and pleasure to invite Ms. 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧 to speak to us. Karibu sana. A round of applause as she goes to speak to the honorable members. Very well, you may proceed.
Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, honorable members. Yeah, I'm happy to be here to give a presentation on protocol and etiquette. And I'm giving this presentation representing my principal secretary, Dr. Korir Sing'oei, was meant to be here, but he cannot be with us because he had some national duties. So we'll just go straight to, I have a PowerPoint presentation. So we'll go straight to the PowerPoint presentation. And I will just run through what I'll present. And hopefully at the end of the presentation, we can have a question and answer, we can have comments, we can share ideas. Protocol is really practical, and it's something that we do every day in our lives. Okay, I think I saw it's on. Okay, so there we are. My presentation outline is as follows. We'll deal with the definitions. It's important to understand, what protocol is, what etiquette is, and some other terminologies that we use that go together with protocol. Then we will talk about the procedures of protocol. We'll talk about receiving guests, which is what, as parliamentarians, you'll probably be engaged in. Okay. Okay, thanks. Presidential functions, outbound travel, and we'll have question and answer. And in between, there'll be many other things that we'll talk about regarding these protocol procedures. So definitions, what is protocol? In general, protocol is doing things in an accepted way. The same way we do things back in our houses, the same way we do things in our cultural settings, that is protocol. But the protocol I want to concentrate on is the internationally accepted protocol. That is the international protocol that is guided by the Vienna Convention on diplomatic relations. So protocol is the official procedure or system of rules governing the affairs of an institution, state, and diplomatic relations. It is the art of ensuring that official occasions, visits, meetings and functions are planned and concluded in accordance with a set of rules that are formally, socially, and culturally accepted and even expected of the parties involved. And I dare say that protocol is an important part of diplomatic practice. Indeed, the successes of diplomatic endeavors generally depend on protocol practice. So when we see diplomatic procedures going on so well, you know, you watch in the news, the president has been somewhere, he's had meetings, the meetings have gone well. At the back there has been some protocol that has been put in place that has made sure that all these endeavors have gone well. So the way we carry out our protocol will determine how these engagements will turn out. Protocol practices in Kenya and other countries are derived from the Vienna Convention on Diplomatic Relations. This is of 1961. There's also the Vienna Convention on Consular Relations of 1963, as well as traditional practice and customs of each state. So we have also our traditional practices that will guide how we carry out our protocols. So this means that protocol constitutes the code of behavior, ceremonial forms, courtesies, and procedures that are accepted and are required in our interactions. And that's between heads of state, heads of government, diplomatic officials, yourselves as members of parliament, and the leaders that we have in the country. Protocols take a more serious nature as there are rules that detail how certain activities should be carried out. It is interesting how some things we take for granted are actually very important when it comes to protocol. Sometimes we think, really? Is that so important? In protocol, every little detail counts. How you shake hands, how you meet, who goes before who. So all these things that may sound that they're really normal things we do every day, in protocol, they're very important matters, especially when it comes to international protocol. And you'll see that when we get on with our presentation. So therefore, protocol facilitates the smooth interaction between officials with the aim of avoiding confrontation, disharmony. And examples of such rules include the manner in which diplomatic ceremonies are conducted, demonstrating respect to the heads of states and others. So I think it's something important to note, I think as members of parliament, you know, really when you go out there with all these protocols in place, we will make sure that there's no disharmony. I mean, we've seen, and I'm talking now like, you know, just common mwananchi, when we watch what happens in parliament, not just Kenyan parliament, but other places, you know, other parliaments, other institutions, even down at the county. When we have protocol procedures in place, we will ensure that, you know, this kind of disharmony or confrontation can actually be reduced. There's a way of, you know, the communication can take place in a set way that everybody understands. Because again, you know, it's a merging of different cultures, it's a merging of different understanding of protocols. So now we're taking it to that level that is internationally accepted, that cuts across, you know, all cultures, all states, all organizations, religious organizations. So it's an internationally accepted protocol. Etiquette, which is something very important when dealing with protocol. It's good to understand what etiquette is. Actually, etiquette is derived from the French language and is defined as the customary code of polite behavior or the contemporary conventions, forms, manners, rules, and ceremonies governing social behavior. Maybe to understand even etiquette more, etiquette can be the vehicle that leads to protocol. The etiquette that we apply will lead to the protocol. So, you know, the kindness we show, honesty, respect, how do we do that at an international level? We will look deep into that. So this set of conventions and manners are recognized, again, just to reiterate, and accepted in societal relations. These are what is accepted internationally, so that we're not just looking at the Kenyan bit, we are looking at what, if you go for a meeting at the UN, so how am I supposed to behave? How am I supposed to relate to this person? How am I supposed to engage with somebody from Iran, for example? So these are the, the code of behavior that is accepted internationally. Such rules and norms are not limited to society's interactions in general, but also include relations with societal and professional groups. The purpose of etiquette is not simply to prescribe the do's and don'ts of polite behavior or good manners, such as how to sit at the table, how to eat, how to converse with other people. There are so many different kinds of protocol. There's even sitting protocol, there's flag protocol, there's car protocol, who sits in which side of the car, and so on and so forth. The objective of this is to produce polite, respectful people who demonstrate behavior that is kind, polite, dignified, and respectful. And we may ask questions, so what is considered respectful? What is considered polite? Different cultures. I mean, recently we traveled to West Africa, and you'll find them really shouting, and you'd think they're angry with you, but that's their culture. So where do you, get that point across that this is actually a polite way of talking in this place? So that's where we're looking at the international accepted procedures. For example, etiquette requires, when one is speaking, you're required to wait until the person finishes his or her explanation or narration before expressing your own explanation or thoughts or your opinion. Interrupting a person while he or she is talking is considered impolite and is not accepted norm of etiquette. And that's, you will find this when you go for conferences, international conferences at the UN or whatever. These are the kind of little things that we can take for granted, but they do make a very big difference. So the three principles of etiquette are respect, consideration, and honesty. Where respect involves acknowledging someone's worth and doing intentional acts to show you care about the person. And if you've watched these, in diplomatic engagements, sometimes you almost feel like people are really overdoing it. You've seen someone, when they're shaking your hand or when they're greeting you and they really bow. In diplomacy, there's some words that we use. We almost overly use words, like, I have the honor to present to you, or please accept the assurances of my highest consideration. So there are those words that you use that you really want to pass that message that I'm giving you consideration, I'm showing you respect. And I think sometimes, it can be a little bit overdone, when you find some people like bowing and bowing again, and but the whole idea is to pass that message. Consideration means having empathy and conducting oneself through thoughtful behavior when interacting with someone else. All these are sort of interrelated. And honesty is the act of being truthful, acting sincerely and with dignity. This principle can be conveyed in manners such as not lying or cheating to get ahead. And this is arguable because I don't know if you've seen all these write-ups on diplomacy and descriptions of diplomacy and how they say, a diplomat can lie to you in such a way that you will believe everything they're saying. They can even tell you go to hell in a way that you actually look forward to going to hell. So when it comes to lying, I think, and what we need to also know, because I think the whole idea of this training is so that we can project, really we can carry out what is constitutionally our mandate. And for yourselves, I think as members of parliament, it's a nice way when you're interacting with internationally to be able to be seen that you are being honest. Well, whether you're honest or not, I know in diplomacy, what is important is to be seen that you're being honest. There's a word, precedence, that we use a lot in diplomacy. And precedence is sort of a very important tool that makes work in diplomacy, that makes protocol, that makes etiquette easy. So precedence is the order to be ceremonially observed by people of different rank according to an acknowledged or legally determined system. In protocol, giving the example of the protocol that we use in the foreign ministry or in diplomacy, the order of precedence by ambassadors is determined by the time an ambassador presented credentials. So I know we have as well presidents, you know, like in the National Assembly, presidents in the Senate, where you'll have the speakers, you have the deputy speakers, you know, you have members of parliament. It's the same thing. So once you have these precedents and you know these precedents, it is so easy when you're executing your mandate, when you're doing your sitting protocol, for example, when you're doing your dining protocol. So precedence is really important. The order of precedence for government of Kenya is the purview of the government reception office that is under the office of the president. So they, when we have functions, you know, we have functions that include the international community, we work together with the GRO, that's the government reception office. They give us the presidents of the government officials, and we give the presidents of the international corps and the diplomats. So that therefore, if we're going to sit them, GRO will tell us which is the senior minister, who's the minister that sits next to them, you know, and so on and so forth. There's a bill, that the Order of Precedence Bill of 2014. I don't know if it's been reviewed, but that's the last Order of Precedence Bill in Kenya, and it provides the Order of Precedence for state officials at diplomatic, official, social state functions within Kenya and abroad. But I want to believe that this could have been or needs to be amended because of the kind of arrangements that we have now, or the setup, or the new like ministries or positions that we have, so that we adhere to precedents. So for heads of state and government, international protocol holds that a head of state takes precedence over all other officials, and the heads of state rank in the order that they took office. There is also the precedence of the UN, where they will, well, in the UN, of course, they consider all countries equal. So, but in terms of sitting, then they will use the alphabetical order. The AU also has its own precedence. So these are the things that we need to pay attention when we are engaging where we need to have people of different ranks accommodated, maybe in one meeting or in one room. So in our next slide, I want us to talk about protocol procedures, because then protocol procedures will help us understand really what protocol and etiquette is. On the slide that you have there is a very important protocol procedures, and you can read a lot of it when you understand what really protocol is. So this is the head of state being received by another head of state. So on arrival, you know, even the handshake, even who stands on which side of the guests, you know, all those little details do matter. I want to talk a bit about our ministry, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Diaspora Affairs, how we carry out our protocol. We have the Protocol Directorate. That's a directorate I head. And we are mandated to deal with diplomatic protocol matters of the country. We also actually handle state protocol. So the ministry works closely with State House and the government's reception office, that's in the office of the president, in carrying out protocol duties. Protocol is a core function of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs or Foreign and Diaspora Affairs, and it makes our relationships and interactions within the diplomatic and host country communities more predictable by providing basic social framework and hierarchy to follow. I think the word to be underlined there is the predictability. So in diplomacy, predictability makes work so much easy and actually will take away all these, if there's any confusion or if there's any disagreement. When things are predictable, it's easy to carry out protocol. When you're going for a meeting abroad, leaving Kenya knowing that in that meeting there's going to be 1+4, for example, the people who are invited to the meeting, then you already know that, okay, we are going 10 of us and they want 4, so you will know that not everybody is going to be in the meeting. It is predictable. And I could even say that there have been instances where diplomatic relations can even get sour because procedures have not been followed. Just to give an example, when we have our national days, like Jamhuri Day or Mashujaa Day, and we are all at the stadium, we are at Nyayo Stadium, there is a part for the diplomatic corps, there is a part for members of parliament, there's a part, you know, for the mwananchi. At our part for the diplomatic corps, we will sit the diplomat in order of precedence. The senior most ambassador will sit closest to the podium, and so on and so forth. There are instances where if you sit an ambassador where they're not meant to sit, they actually want to walk away because they consider that they've been disrespected. And they can even write a protest notes and they say, you know, we want to understand if there's a problem between my country and your country. You know, so really precedence and therefore protocol is so important when it comes to carrying out your duties. Engagement with diplomatic corps, just to touch on what I just highlighted, as stipulated by the international norms, all engagements with the diplomatic corps should be channeled through the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. Just to repeat that again, that as stipulated by international norms, all engagements with diplomatic corps should be channeled through the Ministry of Foreign and Diaspora Affairs. That will be either via Protocol Directorate to the regional specific desk offices. So this is something I'm actually looking forward to having a discussion with yourselves during the question and answer, because we have had incidences where certain ministries, departments, agencies, members of parliament communicate directly with members of diplomatic corps without going through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. And we find out later, and we've had a situation where now we are sort of cleaning up what could have gone wrong. The reason why all these should pass through Ministry of Foreign Affairs is so that we have one common position for the country. And usually when these meetings are requested and arranged by ourselves, we send out a brief about that country or about issues to be discussed, and even advice on whether to engage or not. And when the diplomatic corps realize that there's a disconnect, they'll have a field day. They will rush straight, they will engage, say with the members of parliament, they'll get a different position, they'll come back to us and say, no, I had a meeting with the MP and they said this. You know, so that is something that really, I think, requires a lot of discussion and further engagement, because I know, and that's why I'm mentioning this, that from yourselves, there has been that feeling that maybe Ministry of Foreign Affairs is a bit slow to communicate, whether it's appointments or arranging for meetings or sending papers. That has maybe led to some shortcuts, should I say, being taken. So engagement with the diplomatic corps really should go through the Ministry of Foreign Affairs. The other work we do at the Protocol Directorate, which now really links up with yourselves, is visa facilitation for official travel. So the Protocol Directorate that is in protocol directive, we have a section that deals with immigration. And the immigration section facilitates visas for government officials embarking on official visits out of the country. The clerk of the National Assembly may request the Principal Secretary of Foreign Affairs through official communication to facilitate accordingly for members appointed to carry out official duties abroad. Then we will do note verbals for visa facilitation to be processed and submitted to Parliamentary Protocol Liaison Officer for presentation of respective embassies. The purpose of this is to make it easy for members of Parliament traveling abroad on official duty to have their visas expedited. And even in some cases, you can actually get gratis visas without having to go to the embassy or without having to make any payments. And I'm happy to be here to discuss this because I think over the past, and that again calls for a need for understanding, it has sort of spilled over where we have senior government officials or MDAs expecting Foreign Affairs to facilitate visas for maybe their family members or for travels which are not official. While we are happy to do this, we are really just mandated to facilitate for official travel, and the embassies would not accept these requests if they are not for official travel. So there are some things they'll ask for. They'll ask for a document that will show that this is a government official, that will show that the meeting they're going for is an official meeting, that they have an invitation. But again, because we have a good rapport with a number of embassies, we do sometimes, or sometimes can facilitate when it's not official duty. But then that is not really our main mandate. So I'm here to ask you to understand that bit, that when it's not official and we cannot do it, you should not see us as bad people because really it's beyond. You can tell from this slide that there is a bit of an awkward moment here where one person thinks that I should bow when greeting, another person thinks I should stretch my hand, and that's where you want to find out, so how do we do, you know, when do we shake hands, when do we bow, when do we greet, you know, that is something that now etiquette is all about. And like I said, there are so many types of etiquette. There's dining etiquette. There are so many types of etiquette. There's dining etiquette. You know, what happens on a dining table, official dining table. There is communication etiquette. How do you communicate? Making sure that, you know, you follow the right etiquette. There's social etiquette. When you're interacting at a reception, you're standing with someone, how close should I stand? You know, there are people who study body language and they can tell you, looking at two people standing together, that, oh, this one, you know, they are an item, or this one, you know, this couple are, oh yes, it is like that. No, it's a figurative term. It also means that they're a couple, KJ, or these are very formal engagements. You can even tell if there's a bit of some tension between two people. So there's a way that you have to carry out that social etiquette. Then there's also personal etiquette on how you carry yourself as a person. And this is very important because, again, you want to reflect as a person that you represent Kenya. You're out there. What you do is seen as the image of Kenya. And I know in my interactions, I've sort of made conclusions on certain countries based on the people you meet. You know, so you know, the way people carry themselves, in your head, you imagine that's how everybody from that country is. So this is important in carrying out our constitutional mandate. Then, of course, there's cultural etiquette, which is important also to understand because, like I said, we are all from different cultural backgrounds and we need to understand how to relate with each other. I mean, there's some cultures where men and women don't shake hands. You know, there's some cultures or even religious groupings where people don't sit in the same room. So these various ways of displaying etiquette through extension of courtesies, hosting guests, and carrying out the noble responsibility, serving as a dignitary, and especially I know as members of parliament, you will be called upon to be escorts of honor when we have guests who are visiting. So it'll be important to understand the etiquette so that you know when you're an escort of honor, where do you place yourself and how do you interact. Receiving guests. And actually this slide is an example of an escort of honor. In this slide, we had an official visit by the President of Spain, Pedro Sanchez, and there he's being received by the Cabinet Secretary of Foreign Affairs and the escort of honor. So the CS Chalugui is the escort of honor there. And I think that is something that will happen a lot. You'll find yourselves in situations where you have to be an escort of honor. And of course, where now protocol and this kind of etiquette comes in. So again, courtesies are extended by the receiving country to its guests. These are the facilitation of the visit that will be taken care of by the courtesy giver. So examples of courtesies that we can give are, you know, accommodation, transport, and even meals. Courtesies vary according to the type of visit, the level of representation, and the kind of bilateral relations we have with that country. So it's important to discuss with the host country the courtesies provided when arranging for a visit to avoid misunderstanding. And I know as members of parliament, you'll probably be traveling out, you know, as part of a delegation. It'll be important to know what courtesies you'll be given in the country you're going to. And also, again, when you're hosting, you know, when hosting, again, it's good protocol, it's good etiquette to extend some courtesies, maybe to the leader of delegation, or even to the whole delegation, depending on the size, and again, depending on the bilateral relations. Hosting is very important, and it's a way of, it's actually a diplomatic tool when you're hosting, because when you host, then you can find out a lot about your guest, you can interact more, you can enhance your relations, and depending on how good your host is, you can get all the information you want to know about the person that you're engaging with. In diplomacy, and this really goes to really, really deep diplomacy where, and I think the West, yeah, I should say, they use this a lot. They will host you and you think they really like you so much, but they want to gather information from you. So they use idiosyncrasies. They research about you. Oh, they find out that you love whiskey. They'll bring out the finest whiskey and they'll serve it at the table. And they'll make sure that there's a lot of it. And if you're not careful, you might find that you're revealing much more information than you should. So there's so many things that people use hosting to do, but actually hosting is really just to a gesture, you know, of friendliness, enhancing bilateral relations, like I said. Something important during hosting is the toasting. And toasts, I think I need to really maybe emphasize this a lot because many times it is not understood, or many people don't expect or know how to carry themselves when a toast is being taken. So toasts are given upon various occasions. Individuals or institutions are honored by raising glasses in salute while expressing good wishes and drinking to that salute. Important to note, in etiquette, etiquette calls for all those participating in a toast, even the non-alcoholic drinkers, to raise their glass in the salute. So if we're saluting, and in many countries they will have a champagne or they'll have a wine, if you're an alcoholic and they have that, you just toast, but you don't drink. We've had instances where someone feels, oh no, this goes against my belief, I don't drink alcohol, therefore I will not toast. In diplomacy, really does not go well, and it's something that we could discuss, because I know in various places where I've given talks, this has come up, you know, where someone says, you know what, I'm a serious Christian, I do not believe there should be alcohol. There are instances where you can actually say in advance, you know, let the hosts know, and they'll put for you non-alcoholic drink to toast with. So those offering the toast, male or female, should stand, raise a glass in a toast. Important to note is that the individual being toasted should remain seated, nod in acknowledgement, and refrain from drinking to their own toast. Later, they may stand, thank the others, and offer a toast in return. And it is good when a toast is given, then somebody gives a toast back. When you're giving the salute, you know, you utter an expression of goodwill. We have fine diplomats here that, Honorable Sunkuli is here, that know, you know, how that is carried on. You make sure that, you know, you say, if it's long live the president, long live the queen. But that expression of goodwill is an important form of etiquette. We also have receiving lines during functions. And these are very important. Why do we have receiving lines? Why can't guests just walk into a function? You know? So this is another tool of diplomacy in protocol. When you have receiving lines, as the guests come in, you get to know them. You get to be introduced to them. So that later on when you're mingling, you know, or even make a note that, oh, I think I need to have a word with the ambassador of Norway. You've known who it is. So in receiving lines, the host and the hostess will greet each other personally. So usually, the host stands first and the hostess stands second. However, the hostess may defer to guests of honor and stand after them. Important to note is not to stand in line to receive guests with a drink in hand. This is considered discourteous. Again, escorts of honor, I think I touched on it, but just to mention that an escort of honor is an official appointed by the office of the president to escort a head of state or a senior guest during official visits or state visits. So for heads of states visits, usually an escort of honor would be at the level of a cabinet secretary. Sometimes members of parliament or senators are called in to carry out this noble duty. And you'll form part of the entourage to receive the dignitary on arrival. You'll accompany the dignitary to all functions until the dignitary's departure. I don't want to mention much about this because usually when you're given that duty, then we'll be at hand to guide during this, carrying out this noble duty. Okay, how much time do I have? Okay. All right, I'll just run through it because I think the most important part is the question and answer and, you know, the comments. So, on presidential functions, I thought I should mention certain issues which are really, really important. And I've pointed them out there. It's actually about timeliness, about what I call sitting protocol, about what I said, personal demeanor, dress code, and format. And really, timeliness is what's as good as godliness. I think they've said something like that. So being punctual is a sign of respect for other people and their time. It remains one of the primordial principles of etiquette. Really, timeliness is so important. And I want to stress this because in many occasions, you know, as a chief of protocol, work closely with State House and their functions of the president when he has guests. And our president is very good in timekeeping. There have been occasions, and not few, quite a number of them, where the president has international guests. He's arrived at the meeting place, the guests are there, and the president walks in. And our Kenyan side are coming in late. I don't let them in, because you cannot enter a meeting after the guest has entered the meeting, because it's even seen to be very, really impolite. So, tardiness for a function hosted by the president or whereby the chief guest is the chief guest are perceived as clear and intentional display of disrespect. Adhere to the time stated in the invitation card, because in many situations there are invitation cards, and it is polite for guests to arrive at a function at least 30 minutes before the chief guest is due. Once the chief guest has arrived, latecomers should not be allowed entry, as this tends to disrupt the event. And again, important is that guests must never leave a function before the chief guest. I know they sound like really common things, but surprisingly, we just still do that. You know, we don't stick to time, we come in early, we leave late. I mean, we come in late, we leave early. Sitting protocol is very important, and this allows facilitation of what I said is precedent. So we have the right people sitting in their right places. So it's important to always confirm attendance in public functions to facilitate sitting protocol and to observe sitting arrangements. And that's why you'll find in all the cards there is the RSVP there, so that, you know, you can respond s'il vous plaît. It doesn't mean that there's rice and soup very plenty. I used to think that. But it's important to just confirm so that, you know, sitting arrangements can be observed. The known order of precedence should always be adhered to. The most important guest sits in the middle. The number 2 sits on the right, number 3 on the left, and so on and so forth. The host always gets the best seat, and the most important guests are seated next to him or her. So in the event of several hosts, the guests and the hosts are placed in turns. So guests should always wait to be shown their seats. When you go for an international function, there's a dinner somewhere, go with your card, please wait to be seated. There will be the protocol officers. We have a lot of functions actually when we have banquets like at State House that you'll be invited to and will be there to help sitting. Demeanor and personal etiquette. So personal etiquette, they're just the little things that make a difference. Remember what we talked about in terms of etiquette, in terms of being seen to be considerate, being seen to be kind. So things like having your phone on vibrate is a good sign of good etiquette. I'll just run through these very quickly because, you know, they almost sound like something that should be told to maybe class 1 students, but I just like to say them. It's just good to know them, yeah? So guests should eat and drink in moderation. The napkin rests on the lap until the end of the meal. Do not clean cutlery or wipe your face with a napkin. Never wipe your nose with a napkin. To excuse yourself from the table, loosely fold the napkin and place it either to the left or to the right of your plate, not on the chair. It is proper to wait until all are served at your table before you begin to eat. So you're seated 10 of you, please, when they bring the food, wait until everyone gets their food. And not many times people say bon appetit, and then, you can start. So don't just start before. And there'll be a lot of these, kind of functions you will be engaged in. Use the silverware farthest from your plates. You eat in one. And you eat to your left, that's where the food is, if there's a bread there, and you will drink to the right. So on the right, that's the drinks on the right are yours, and the food on the left is yours. Do not talk with food in your mouth. Chew with your mouth closed. Loud eating noises such as slapping and burping are considered impolite. And in my culture, where I come from, when you really, really enjoy food, and you want people to know, you have to tell them when you're eating, oh, this food is so nice. Again, it comes to culture, exactly like, oh, or you sip your tea with a loud, slap, and then they know, like, you're really enjoying your food. But internationally, it's not accepted. It's impolite to engage in loud conversation, and one should avoid being the center of attention. When you're eating, keep your elbows off the table. Do not shout at the stewards for service, as all these are considered impolite. So all these are etiquettes. You see, internationally accepted etiquettes. Bit different from our cultural ones, but that's what it is. Dress code. Also very important. In fact, just the other day I had a meeting with, we're expecting some international guests in March, and they've had advance meetings, and they were really asking, on the dinner on that day, on the 18th of March, what is the dress code for the dinner? And you're thinking, like, really? But for them, it's so important because they're like, we want to know when we are packing, what kind of clothes are we packing? Is it a black tie? Is it, a lounge suit? So it's important to dress according to the function being attended or prescribed in the dress code as per the invitation card. So most invitation cards at the bottom there, they'll have written what the dress code. And if you're also inviting, please indicate what the dress code is. So a lounge or business suit, preferably dark with a tie for men, and an elegant, preferably long dress for women is suitable for evening functions. And I've seen functions where, and especially this happens in Europe, you go for a function, maybe you didn't read what's written down there, and you've worn your very nice yellow suit. And I'm looking at my friend, Robert, that, so you have your nice suit, and everybody's in a dark suit, and, you stick out like a sore thumb, and you feel so uncomfortable. So really, dress code is very important. Okay, then I'll talk about formats. And format is also equally important for meetings. The formats for meetings are based on international protocol regulations. So usually in meetings, when we're invited for meetings or when you're invited for meetings, they will indicate their 1+4, whereby 1 is the head of delegation and 4 are the accompanying members of delegation. This really makes work easy because you then know how many people you can go with for a meeting. And if you are inviting people for a meeting, you also tell them how many people you want to come. So you write the format there, 1+4. So this format ensures that sitting arrangements have been put in place. And if you're having bilateral talks, you'll find that the other side has an equal number with this side. So if it's 1+4, it's 1+4 for each side. Outbound travel. And outbound travel is something you'll engage in a lot, which will also call on protocol and etiquette. I thought I should mention a few things, especially regarding projection of Kenya's image, respect of cultural and religious differences, because that's where you encounter all these when you go to all these different continents. And formalities. We have there, I think, a slide of, outbound travel. That was when the president recently traveled to DC for the US Africa Leaders Summit. And they were very clear about the format there. So they tell you 1 plus 10, those are the only people who will get those badges. And I really want to stress this because we've had situations where the Kenyan delegation is so big, they're going for international meeting, and they only give 10 badges, and those who don't get the badges are so cross with me. They're like, you know, you've locked us out. Why did I come all this way? What did you expect me? I need to be in this meeting. Hey, it is international diplomatic procedures. If they give 10 badges, it's only those 10, you know, who can access. So on projection of Kenya's image as a Kenyan citizen and maybe furtherly a member of government, the image one is expected to portray abroad should be aligned to national foreign policy. Kenya is known as a warm, welcoming peacemaker and mediator, rich culture, great business acumen, caring about environment and how our people are faring abroad. So, as a representative of Kenya, we should always strive to embody these values and act accordingly. And I think really so far, I mean, what I know is that, you know, out there, we are regarded very highly. Everybody knows that Kenyans are warm people. You know, all the Kenyans they meet out there are seen as warm people. And of course, we also attract, therefore, people to come to Kenya. Respect of our cultural and religious differences. This is now where cultural etiquette also comes in. And it is very wide and diverse, as wide and as diverse as there are different cultures, as there are different religions. So therefore, before visiting another country or receiving a guest from another country, take some time to read and appreciate any cultural differences that might be important. It is always important to observe rules pertaining to any institution, any occasion, or country. There are some countries, of course, that, you know, when you're going there, you have to know in advance because you probably have to be veiled. They won't accept if you're not veiled, and so on and so forth, even your dressing. So kindly note that there are some cultures where men and women do not shake hands. So if in doubt, it's always good to request for guidance from the respective protocol office as you arrive there. Arrival and departure formalities are usually conducted for heads and states of government carrying out state and official visits. So usually what we do, and of course I've seen also what has been done here, is a program is provided. And again, when you have a program, then you make sure there is predictability. So this will determine what goes on right from the beginning all the way to the end. And I've seen some programs that have been done by other countries where they will even detail even up to the clothes to wear. You know, like especially the monarchies, when they're traveling, when they're coming like to Kenya, they'll be told that, oh, on this day, you will need to wear a sun hat because it's going to be hot. On this day, this is the kind of dressing that you'll have because it's raining. So it's not for, you know, nothing that you find a lot of detail is put into things like even the programs. Honorable members, that brings me to the end of my presentation, and it's time for question and answer. Thank you.
Very well, and thank you, Ambassador 𝗣𝗢𝗦𝗧-𝗘𝗟𝗘. You may take your seat. We shall bring the questions and comments later, but allow me then to introduce our discussant on this topic, Hon. Nelson Koech, MP and Chairperson, Departmental Committee on Defense, Intelligence and Foreign Affairs. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa. Give him an applause as he walks to the podium.
Thank you very much. I think I'll be very brief. Most of the presentation by Ambassador 𝗘𝗟𝗘, protocol and etiquette is almost the same. She has done a lot of research, and most of it is what I was going to present. most of you who were in last parliament, on this protocol and etiquette, we were taken by a diplomat, former diplomat, and decorated career civil servant, Dr. 𝗘𝗟𝗘𝗖𝗧𝗜𝗢𝗡 at that time. And most of the things that I'm going to say are the practicability as a politician, because we interact with etiquette and protocol all the time. In fact, just so that we make it an almost open session, one of the things that Ambassador was actually short of mentioning is that, and if you're going for dinner, one of the things that you should never have is to have open toes. You must have your toes closed. You must have your shoes on. You don't go for dinner na maslippers na mguu inaonekana. And no, not here. I'm just saying this is official. So I will talk about some of the protocols for Parliament, and I will quickly run through the complexity of modern parliamentary diplomacy and relation necessitates that Parliament develop and practices protocols that cement friendship and relation. When we invite dignitaries to Parliament, for instance, you know, from walking in, being taken out round to Parliament, giving of the gifts, taking of pictures, is some of the interactions that we as members of Parliament get engaged to on our duty in Parliament. But I will want to go to the more interesting one, considerations for protocols to be observed. Certain aspects of protocols need to be given utmost consideration to avoid blunders. These include introduction. Who, when, how, you know, is some of the things. Standard protocol for introduction people is for a person of a junior station to be introduced to the person of a more senior station. We make this mistake, and let me make, if you have a state function, you do not start by introducing the county commissioner when the president is seated there. You start from the president, and then you come down. But many times, because you are hurried, when you are in functions, you know, you get confused. You start by the county commissioner, and then you remember there is an excellency here. You come again up, you say, Your Excellency. You go to the speaker, you throw some chief somewhere. So you get mixed, and that is not very good in a protocol structure. But we as members of Parliament, this is something that is very important. We must get our space as members of Parliament in the sitting protocol. And that is, I wish Ichungwa was here. And I was very disappointed, especially on public functions. And I'm happy, state functions rather. I'm happy that Madam Chirwan was here, even during the swearing in of the president. You drive in as a member of Parliament, you don't have space. There are some ministers there. I don't know some who there. Then you're now lost in finding your space. We need as Parliament to decide where are we supposed to be in the sitting arrangement or protocol. And it should be clear. It should be clear. Isikweni sisi tunatafuta where we need to sit. And some of the times, we members of a Parliament are the biggest problem of ourselves. I have gone into a meeting that a member of Parliament is our host. The head of state is coming. But then, on the seats, the front seat is cabinet secretaries. The second row, permanent secretaries. The third row, members of Parliament. Why? We need to have our space, and it must be defined. And you know what I normally do? I normally take the front space. Because honestly, no one kicks you out. Ambassador here talked about the lounges, the airport lounges. But you as a member of Parliament, many times, even when you are walking through the security check, you remove your belt, you almost are removing your trouser, you're removing your shoes. A permanent secretary or a CS will simply walk. And you are the one who is in the trenches trying to get into office. So those are the spaces that as protocol we must define and get our space so that we are also not embarrassed in the process of executing our duty. Ama namna gani? The other things that involve when we are exchanges of cards, you know, when we sit in a meeting and you want to exchange cards, And it happens most of the time that many of you get to interact or you get into a meeting and you need to exchange card. Pass the card with both hands and face of card facing up. Sio unapeana kadi hivi unaongea huko. You have to receive the card also from the person you've given with both hands. When you receive the other person's card, acknowledge by reading out the name or title or business of the giver added as an added compliment. Always have cards ready while on formal engagement. And then parliamentary etiquette. And parliamentary etiquette is almost close to parliamentary decorum. Parliamentary etiquette is a system of rules and conventions that regulate the social and professional behavior of members of parliament when relating to various arms of government. Line between parliamentary decorum and etiquette. Decorum has been well articulated in the standing orders and rules and procedures of the House. Parliamentary decorum also refers to the appropriate character which is expected to be exhibited by members of parliament in accordance with their status in society. And you will realize that we as members of parliament, I was sitting here and I just noticed that a question from a member today that the people from the media that are sent to parliament should be properly dressed. And it has become breaking news that members of parliament have said they will throw out members of press who will come to parliament inappropriately dressed. It tells you that anything that we say, anything that we do is not treated lightly out there. So it also demands that even the way you present yourself with a lot of decorum inside parliament and outside parliament. You don't go into a gathering, drink yourself silly, start shouting, and you're a member of parliament. Then you run away from being an honorable member and you become a drunkard. And the two, it now becomes a problem. And there's another thing, so that I continue. You will realize that many of us, many times when you introduce yourself, you say, my name is Honorable Nelson Koech. It is wrong. You're supposed to be called by the other party. You're supposed to say, my name is Nelson Koech. Then the other party now will recognize you as an honorable member. So the new members, please desist from using honorable member unless you are called by the other side. There's prescribed etiquette in state events. Like Ambassador did mention, events you only attend by invitation. You don't get crushed into functions that you are not invited. I have seen many colleagues getting stranded at the gate of State House trying to force yourself in on a function that you are not invited. If you are not invited for a function, don't attend. Simple. Number two, confirm or give apology to allow the sitting protocol, like Ambassador did mention. Adhere to the known order of precedence. Take note of access number the invitation allows. Now, key cell phone etiquette. This is where we have a problem as members of parliament. I also have this problem. Making or receiving calls on social places or in public places. When you're in a state function, or in a function for that matter, and I see this many times even when I have engagement sometimes, even in our committee, you find an ambassador has come before your committee, or you have members of parliament or dignitaries from other countries who have come before your committee. As you're seated a member of parliament receives a call from some funeral, some chief who is attending some funeral in the village, you dash out to pick the call. So on your way out, you're actually talking, you walk back talking, it is not allowed. It is a no. So phone calls, and then of course, we also become loud many times. You're not supposed to be loud, you need to be gentle on how you talk with your calls. And if it is possible when you're having a formal engagement, desist from receiving or making phone calls. Private information sent can be shared further. Also, like I said, dress code is something that we is important also for functions. I prefer many times for state functions. I've seen many people going to State House sometimes with a shirt, and I've seen Farouk many times having to send people back. And many people blaming Farouk that, oh no, why is he sending me back? And I had a shirt, I was going to see the head of state, there's an official function. There's a proper way to dress when you're going for a state function. Not necessarily State House, for any event. You must have a tie, you must look neat as a gentleman, or as a lady you must have a nice dress that looks nice. I don't know the size, it can be short, it can be long, but let it be decent. You go to places where dressing code is, and also be guided by common sense. I think you know what is good and what is not good. So another thing that I also, as you come to speak, Madam Ambassador, is the issue of our international engagement. Many times we have a problem. Being in Foreign Relations Committee, we've had a situation whereby ambassadors are trying to reach us for a formal engagement with our committee, and when we try to take it up, not even necessarily members of Foreign Relations Committee, even from any other committee, and they will ask me, Mheshimiwa, will you please find out from Foreign Affairs if they are aware that so-and-so ambassador is looking for us for an official engagement. The biggest impediment, again, is Foreign Affairs. Because they tell you, no, it is not Madam Cherwan, it is supposed to be so, who is supposed to give what green light. So you spend the entire week trying to find out who is supposed now to give clearance for Foreign Affairs, and you know what you do? You decide, let them just come, let us have our issues discussed, and we've done it before our committee so many times. So I think, Ambassador, also you guys need to put your house in order, meet the diplomatic community, agree with them on how to engage with members of parliament, and then we will also help you in making sure that all our engagements are through you. So members, as we leave here today, I think some of the questions that you probably ask, because I come in also just to complement what I know, is number one, where is our space when you're leaving the country, and even when you're looking for a visa? I remember Mheshimiwa Millie Odhiambo, recently, she was looking for a visa to go to Germany. I had to personally intervene and call the ambassador because Foreign Affairs were taking her here, there, and it just took one phone call from me to do that. You have family members who want to travel. Sometimes you have people who have medical conditions that need to travel out of the country, and you need the intervention of Foreign Affairs. So those are some of the things that we must get very clear, and then it makes our work very easy. The ones that I'm very uncomfortable with, because we're talking about etiquette and protocol, we interact with protocol all the time. I get tired when we are invited for functions and we do not know our space. Ichungwa needs to decide if we are sitting in those functions or we are not sitting. Robert Mbui here and the rest of you and I, as a leadership of Parliament, let us know the space of Parliament and where we are supposed to be. The other thing is security check. Of course, many members are not known by security at the airport and many other places, but I find it very inconveniencing that you ask a lady member of Parliament to remove all her luggage from her bag and lay it down in an airport where everyone is passing through, and you're talking about protocol and etiquette. There has to be a way where members of Parliament are treated professionally and they are given their due discipline as they go around all these other places. With those very many remarks, thank you very much and have a good day.
Very well, another applause for Sonko. I realize that the Honorable MP has an AK Sonko. Now, I know this will attract a little bit of questions and comments, but before then, please, Honorable members, turn to the program on page 9. There's a small discussant we are introducing, and then we have just one plenary for the three of them, and we shall be done by the day. We shall be done. No, we have consulted broadly with the leadership, and it's very short. It's taking 10 minutes. Honorable members, it's a very short one. So allow me, therefore, to bring only one discussant, and this is the topic dealing with the staff relations. Only 10 minutes. Staff relations. And I want to, this topic will deal with the role of the parliamentary staff in facilitating the legislature. Allow me, please, to bring Tom Khan of the International Republic Institute from the USA. Is he in the house? Please. Or is downstairs? Now that he's downstairs, is not in the house, I will proceed and pick the questions. And also reading the mood in the house. Is that okay? Very well. So I'll pick the first question from right there. Honorable Member, you will take the first one. And the second one, you will take it, Honorable Member, for Karachuonyo. But let me go the other side. Okay, I'll give the third question to Honorable Member and member of the Speaker's panel, and then go for the Lady Honorable Member there. After which we shall take the other round of questions. Please, may I be assisted to take the microphones as we have instructed.
Thank you. Well guided. My name is Paul Biego, and what I wanted to ask is a question to Nelson. You have clearly said that we don't introduce ourselves as honorable. At the same time, you have said others should call us. So at what point would I be right to say my name is Paul Biego, I'm the member of parliament in so and so constituency, so that they can know? Yes. So if that's the case, then you should have been very clear there. Number two, I'm also concerned about the issue of protocols. The only unfortunate thing, Nelson, is that you are also speaking to the members of parliament, and that's why you got a round of applause. Now, I don't know that question should be directed to who, because we actually need clarity there. I was in the airport one time, and when I asked, we were told that members of parliament are not part of VIPs. It was so unfortunate, and it needs to be sorted. Thank you so much.
Next, Honorable Member for Karachuonyo.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a very short question regarding diplomatic passport. Are we allowed to get it, or is there any problem?
Very well. Oh, it's already taken. So the third question, take the microphone there. The Honorable Member there.
Thank you very much. Ambassador, when you were talking to us, I was really interested on this topic of protocol. I expected that when you were doing the introduction, maybe if the PS came, he should have said, since this topic is very vital, I've left other engagements to show that protocol is really important. I've come to teach you this topic. So also you don't follow protocol. Just on a light note, if you are a teacher, yeah, you honor that invite so that we sit down comfortable, knowing that you've treated these matters seriously. So before you teach us on what to do, also try from your side. Thank you very much.
Very well. In that order, Honorable Farah. Honorable Farah is right here.
The lady from the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Ambassador. Yeah. The cardinal important principle or doctrine in our fight for independence is the dignity of the black man, or the dignity of the Africans. And we had three important missions in that. One, restoration of our dignity. Two, self-determination for us to be able to determine our future. And thirdly, the economic empowerment of the black man. I am much older than most people who are here, but I remember when we did not need a visa to go to most countries. And at that time, in Kenyatta's early reign, we didn't need a visa to go to the UK. 2 Kenyans went there and they were returned from the airport. I'm talking about the Kenyatta's time, but I agree with you. When they were returned, and Kenyatta got to know about it, he called Mutua, who was the director of immigration at the time. And I told him, I don't care what you use as a reason, send back 2 British visitors to the country before the end of the day today. 2 British businessmen who had come in here were returned from the airport. And a note of protest was sent. We are in a situation today where our members of parliament wait for a visa to go to the States for something like even a month sometimes, when they have to go for official duties, or weeks. And a waiter in a restaurant in New York who has an American passport walks through our country and gets it at the airport. And your own leaders do not get that same treatment. Madam, if you can't restore our dignity in the eyes of the rest of the world, then we would need to see people who can act like Kenyatta and Mutua to do it. Nobody is going to respect you if you don't respect yourself. So in future, when members of parliament want to go, because I remember we had to go for a training, and yeah, members waited. Members of the speakers panel waited for 2 weeks, 3 weeks. The visa process was started a month and a half before, and some did not go because the visas came very late. I don't expect that to happen to anybody who is coming from the House of Congress in the US. But if you don't respect yourself, nobody will respect you. That's number 1. Number 2, I have also been a witness to what our own people do at the, you go with foreign dignitaries that are with you, members of parliament who visited us when I was a deputy speaker, and they are happy to say not to subject them to anything. I've also observed our members of parliament being subjected to very serious searches in there. That also boils down to exactly what I was saying. And also when it comes to also using the facilities, the VIP and the rest of it, we don't get that much respect. Or rather, every member, maybe some of us do get, I must admit that, but you don't have to be a speaker or a deputy speaker for you to get that. Every member of parliament is a dignified VIP, or should I say VVIP, and deserves that. Thank you.
Very well. So let me allow Ambassador Betty to react to those questions, and then I will take another round of 4, and we shall be done. You may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable members, for those questions and comments. I think the first one from Paul Yego was directed to Sonko. Shall I call you Sonko? Yeah, about the introduction. Yeah, and there's something else again that you can even do. No, this is a bit of diplomacy. Yeah, if you're somewhere and you know you can't introduce yourself, and we often do that with our colleagues, you can get your colleague introduce you. Because if you really want them to know you're a honorable member, and you cannot say, I'm honorable so-and-so, then your colleague introduces you and say, oh, do you know my colleague, the honorable member? You know, then they'll have introduced you. So just to add on to that, yeah. I think the honorable member from Karachuonyo about diplomatic passports. So diplomatic passports are given from the Ministry of Interior. It's actually the Cabinet Secretary for Interior who determines who should get diplomatic passports, apart from there is the Immigration Act. Madam Member of Parliament, on your comment about protocol being important, you know, Madam, I really want you to get this because I think it's something you asked, and the importance of protocol. True, protocol is very important. And again, precedence is very important. So while protocol is important, protocol observes precedence. And precedence demands that if somebody who is really much more senior needs someone, they will give attention to that. So for my principal secretary, he had a national duty to accompany the president somewhere, and then he can say no to that. Yeah. And again, I was happy because I thought protocol really should be the chief of protocol talking about it. So I think it's fitting well. Yeah. Honorable Farah Malim, yeah, I had your, the issues that you raised, and about the cardinal dignity of Africans. I mean, I couldn't agree with you more. Something else we do in diplomacy is reciprocity. We reciprocate. So if you do this to me, I do that, the same thing. But again, there are also, you weigh the costs and the benefits of certain things. So when it comes to issues of visa issuance, again, that is the purview of the Immigration Department, which falls under the Ministry of Interior. At Foreign Affairs, we do the facilitation. But determining who should be given visas and notes, it's actually immigration. And that's why when you go to the airport, you will find the immigration officers. But in terms of members of parliament wanting to travel and needing visas as soon as possible, actually that's something I brought out in my presentation. I thought it was very important to point out that we facilitate members of parliament when they're going on official duty. There has been a lot of conversation around the delays of visa issuance. And I don't want to really point a finger at any particular institution or person, but they are issues that we need to improve on. The MPs also need to improve on. The giving country needs to also improve on. And one of the things we've had conversation about is the delay also in receiving documents. So we've had meetings with various embassies where they tell us, look, you've just bought the documents today and you want the visas tomorrow. So while we also try our best, especially for official travel, certain countries are very clear, like the Schengen countries will tell you it takes 4 to 5 days. The Americans will tell you, look, if it goes to administration, it has to go back to Washington. There is nothing they can also do. We could do the same, but then again, we weigh the costs and the benefits. I mean, if we, I don't know, return back tourists, so that's something that a debate, can be had along that way. But I know that if for official travel, documents are brought in good time and the right documents, then I've not seen situations where visas have taken too long. Of course, the other problem, which everybody knows internationally, was during COVID, there were so many delays, and that's because there are so many more people that want to go to the US than those who want to come to Kenya. So you'll find visa processing at the US embassy, and I'm not defending them, I'm just saying what, the discussions we had with them. They have about 500 maybe a day. And of course, with the backlog, when there was the issue of COVID, when people are working from home, that delayed. But they've worked so much, and I know that because it was in the media, where the American ambassador said now it should not even take maybe 3 weeks when there's a delay. But I know for official travel, if everything is in place, it should not take long. So maybe that's probably what I can say with regard to your comments, sir. Yeah. Okay, but I guess for those cases, especially if it is official travel, we will be very happy to engage and carry that forward. I think, again, something else you mentioned, Honorable Maalim, is the use of VIP lounges. So, like I said, we also work with the Government Receptionist Office and the Kenya Airports Authority. But I think the entry point in this case for members of parliament would be the GRO, the Government Receptionist Office, because they even are the ones who draw the list of those who, the categories of people that qualify to use the different lounges. So maybe at that point, then they will come and make it clear where MPs come in regarding the use of lounges, and even at national celebrations, where should the MPs sit, you know, so that you don't feel that you're not being given due consideration. I think that came from Sonko, yeah, about where MPs should sit in functions, so that you don't feel you're taken for granted. So engagement with the GRO will be very important as well. Thank you.
Very well. I'll take 4 more, Honorable Wangwe, and then I'll take Honorable there. He's been really Sonkoli. Thank you, Senior. And then I'll take Elachi, who we missed in the morning, and then take Ridikiri. And then we shall miss out on the Honorable Lady. And but now we shall give you a chance. And that is it. Ondo, you had spoken in the morning. Thank you. You may proceed.
Thank you, Honorable Chair. Honorable Chair, I want to thank the discussant for the day. I have maybe 1 or 2 questions to ask. You've told me not to use honorable, but you've not given me the reason as to why. I want to know the reason, because many a times you see doctors calling themselves doctor, professor, engineer. How about us? Why? Number 2, Honorable Nelson, I want to appreciate what you've presented to us, but my concern is the interaction between members of parliament and the visiting ambassadors and high commissioners. To what extent are we supposed to interact? Is there a form of protocol, procedure we are supposed to undertake? Are we able to do it as constituent representatives, or there is a formal way to engage? Finally, through your committee, Honorable Nelson, there is the issue of military interaction with members of parliament, whereby we are restricted to go into the military wherever installations they are. Is it before the new constitution, now that the constitution doesn't allow us to be discriminated, is there a possibility that we are going to revise that law, or are we still going to live into the old generation? Thank you.
Honorable Sonkoli.
Mr. Chairman, I want to thank Ambassador Cherwon for that very good presentation. I think, Mr. Chairman, maybe you know that I was also part of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and I really wanted to speak before these colleagues of mine, because I can confirm to you that Kenya has one of the finest diplomats when it comes to this. And when you look at, for instance, Ambassador Lemoshira here, you could be authority for anything that to do with North Africa, Ethiopia, West Africa, and you have Balozi there, North Africa, and the Western world. You know, I too went to China. And I'm saying this because when I listen to Ambassador, first of all, I want to make a comment on this issue of precedence. I think in the absence of the bill, we're in real problems. Because whereas the Kenyan diplomats are very clear on their order of precedence, we're in a mess as far as our order of precedence in Kenya. You know, like now, our problem now is, for instance, permanent secretaries. Most of them are the people we defeated in the elections. And then, you know, when you go for a public function, somebody wants to make them more important than you. I think you better tell the GRO to be clear with this act. And also, in no uncertain terms, we are not debated as to whether we are VIPs, because we are, first of all, the only people with the name honorable. So there is no doubt at all about ambassadors being, MPs being allowed to the VIP lounges. But I just wanted to make to ask you a question on presidents again. You're saying that as far as heads of states are concerned, you go according to the order of presidents. But there was an instance when when I was a minister, we went to Arusha, and President Clinton was visiting, and we had to negotiate. We had to talk. Our president at that time had to hold talks with the Minister of State of the United States. And there was supposed to be shuttle diplomacy. So the question was, should Moi go to the minister, or the minister comes to Moi? Obviously, the answer was the minister was to come to Moi. But the people of the protocol office had given the United States a bigger office, a bigger room, that it was necessary, if we had to host this, we had to go to him. Are you rating the countries also in order of presidents, or you are being very strict on this? And lastly, this issue about, I think you are very right on this issue. I just don't know how you are going to do it, because this engagement with diplomats from all over, they want to engage with MPs. But I think, there are very, very many reasons why we have to be very careful. But is it that you want us to go through foreign affairs for notification or for clearance? Are we going to be cleared, or we are just going to tell you for good order? And that one is very important, because there is a lot of things that going there, espionage and stuff like that, and we would like to know what the foreign affairs will do to have one clearing office. Are you mandated upwards from up to clear, or you have to escalate our requests to the top? And very, very lastly, this issue of etiquette. Now you are saying if you want to eat in a good dining, you have to start from outside inside, isn't it? But that is because we are training our diplomacy on the Western way of eating. In China, we only use chopsticks. So how are we going to bring all these experiences that you got from North Africa, from China, so that we can develop a more diverse way of etiquette? Because I was not debriefed by the Ministry of Foreign Affairs when I came to tell you that when you go, for instance, to China and you are giving a gift, because they like to give, don't give a clock, because Chinese don't like clocks. If you give them a clock, that means you have timed their life. If you give them white flowers, you have gone to the funeral. So I think that it is important now that we develop our protocol in such a way that it covers other countries other than the West. Thank you very much.
Honorable Achi.
Thank you, Speaker, and thank you for bothering you so much. But mine is just first to go back to Lanyasunya's morning session, ambassador's comments, which I would wish now Foreign Affairs to help us. That you have policies that are scattered in labor, in trade, and all of them deal with international issues. But at the same time, you would wish to find that it is only the Foreign Relations Committee that can deal more with these matters. So how are you going to help Parliament to see, to link up these policies? Are they supposed to go back to Foreign Affairs? Are they supposed to remain in their main ministries, but to have a relationship on how to work with these other committees without really every time going to the Relations Committee? That is one. Then the other thing is about this Schengen visa. A Schengen visa where today I was in Denmark, for example, I've been given a visa for 1 month. Then all of a sudden you have been sent by Parliament again somewhere else. You are going to Germany, you're supposed to go now to the German embassy for another visa, same. Then, so why can't we have an agreement, or sort of, the way we used to have the A1 visa with the American embassy, have some years, let's say 1 year, you're given a Schengen visa as a member of Parliament for 1 year that can go to all their Schengen countries, regardless that you are going for duty. So that they either have come up with an A1 visa, the way the Americans have, so that you don't find your passport with so many small, tiny visas of 1 month, 2 months, 3 months. It doesn't look very tidy for even when you're going to another country. They wonder what you are doing with all these visas in all these countries. Lastly, it is now to our Parliamentary Service Commission. Some of these things also, we can do our own protocol. Like now when members are going to the airport, so you just send our protocol team, they know, and they will always be there, the way KDF does. KDF has always a protocol team at the airport. When their people are coming in and out, they use. So why can't we have our protocol team at the airport to deal with this, to deal with all these matters of members of parliament? And the other thing is also that thing of a liaison between also foreign affairs. This is my last. Can we have a clear liaison? Even bring us one of your staff then into parliament, so that some of these things, we don't have to come to foreign affairs, staff is camping there. Bring the desk in parliament, and we deal with the matters there. It will help. Thank you, my speaker.
Very well. Lastly, Ridikiri. If you have a burning question, just write and then bring it here.
Thank you, Chairman of the sitting. One important point I wanted to bring out is what Madam Elashi has brought out. Chairman, I am waiting for you to consult, because one of the problems that I have is the Minister of Foreign Affairs engagement with members of parliament. There is a serious gap. I know my very good friend Nelson has come and he has given us a commitment to ensure that we have a continuous engagement as members of parliament with the Minister of Foreign Affairs. Why? Because there are so many benefits that will come through us engaging the ministry. Because some of these problems that we are having, which touches the members of parliament and even their families, particularly when it comes to travel arrangement, we strongly believe that if the Minister of Foreign Affairs is more responsive, then we will not be having some of these problems. I'm challenging the ministry to be more proactive in their approaches dealing with the ministries, and some of these problems of visa arrangement will be sorted out beforehand. I'm sure from this discussion, you have picked a few points which you are going to be proactively engaging our counterpart, the other embassies, so that we can have an opportunity of solving their members' problems in good time. I'm very specific, sure, that some of our high commissions here and the embassies, they are a bit discriminative. And solely, this is within this building. This all. Because I remember I was in the US last month, and the people that we applied with the visas, theirs never came out, simply because they carry a name which is not the African. We would like, as members of parliament, that whenever Muhammad, Fatuma, so and so applies as a member of parliament, all as a staff, a priority is given as to why their visas will be delayed, and they determine the reason why it is delayed. These are members of parliament. It is very unfair for me to be given my visa, but my colleague is not given because he or she carries a name that is not from Meru. I think that's very key. And I think the ministry need to continuously engage these embassies on a continuous basis. Last but not the least, members of parliament would like to engage some of these diplomats from other countries. There are so many benefits that come through the embassies. As it is right now, we have to seek permission to go to certain embassies. And sometimes these responses don't come. You would like you to guide us, because I know if I go to a certain embassy, I will be able to sit with the ambassador and I can ask, do you have this and this benefit for my constituency? So I think through the chair of the Foreign Affairs and also the Minister of Foreign Affairs, we would like you to come up with how the members of parliament can engage on items that are issues that they are bringing forward to those embassies. Now, I will say this. I agree with Senior that we have some of the refined diplomats. And I want to say this. I think the smaller country, the more responsive the diplomats are. We were in Juba, and I think we were given the best diplomatic attention that all of us felt comfortable. And I wish we can have the same response from Germany, Berlin, London, UK, specifically Washington.
Issue a diploma, is